pledge, please? Do we have some special guests here to help us? No? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, moving on to the organizational meeting. Can I please get a roll call?
Laura Blakely,
Joe Lambert.
Devin Conley, Laura Berman.
Let the record reflect that all trustees are present and accounted for. Can I please get an approval of the organizational meeting agenda, please?
Do we need to go for public comment for that?
Oh, sorry, I'm up here. Is there someone who wants to make a public comment? Anyone on Zoom? Shelley, can you check Zoom until we get to the other part?
Yes, I see no public comments on Zoom.
Great. All right, with that said, can I get a motion to approve the organizational meeting
So
agenda?
moved. Second.
All right, with a motion made by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Berman, I now open it up to a full vote.
Aye. Aye.
All right, let the record reflect that the agenda is approved unanimously. And finally, so I can get out of this seat, we need to do the election of officers. I will gladly start with a vote for the president first, so I can hand over the gavel.
So we're supposed to nominate officers? Is that the order?
Yes, ma'am. So we're going to start with president, and then you can nominate who you would like. We'll call for a vote, and then we'll go from there. And the new president will then go down the line, and then you will do board representative assignments, and I can sit down.
I move that we nominate trustee Conley to serve as president for the coming year.
I second that.
All right.
Do public comment? Do we need to do that?
Are there any public, Shelley, are there any public comments?
No public comment.
Great. All right. With a motion made by trustee Blakely and a second by trustee Berman. It's a lot harder than what it looks. Let me call for official vote. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
We have those opposed or abstaining? No. All right, so let the record reflect that 4 trustees voted in favor and 1 trustee abstained.
I think you need to say the names when it's not a unanimous vote. I'm sorry.
All right, yep, got it. So let the record reflect that trustee Blakely, trustee Chang, trustee Conley, and trustee Berman voted in favor, and trustee Lambert abstained. So congratulations. Let me hand over the.
Keep this away from the baby. We will now move on to nominations for vice president. Are there any nominations for vice president?
I would like to nominate trustee Chang for vice president.
I second.
Are there any comments from the public? You can approach the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing as there are none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 1 abstention. All right, so on a motion made by trustee Berman and seconded by trustee Blakely, 4 trustees, Blakely, Chang, Conley, and Berman, voted to approve Vice President Chang in his new role, and trustee Lambert abstained. We will now move on to board clerk. Is there a nomination for board clerk?
I would like to nominate trustee Blakely for board clerk.
Second.
Are there any comments from the public, either on Zoom, you can raise your hand or approach the podium? Seeing as there's no public comment at this time, all those in favor? Aye. And one abstention. So on a nomination made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Trustee Chang, 4 members voted to approve Clerk Blakely, Chang, Conley, and Berman, and 1 board member abstained, Trustee Lambert. Thank you, everyone. We will now move on to the board representative assignments. Trustees, this was sent around at our last board meeting. If there are any changes that people want to make, now would be the time. I know we're all pretty flexible. I don't know if anyone's too wedded to what they have, but are there any changes that people would like to make to the board representative assignments?
I think just for me, I just have a question with the DAC representative. I'm assuming, Dr. Rodolph, that that's typically the board president and the DAC. But currently my name is, or should I'm happy to continue that position. I was just checking.
No, it tends to be anybody who's interested in it. It doesn't have to be
Okay,
the board president.
Yeah, usually the board president goes to the LAMV PTA Council.
Right.
So I do that.
Right.
And then I already attend the MVWSD PTA president's meeting as well. So if you're willing to stay on deck, that would be wonderful.
yeah, perfectly fine, yeah.
Are there any other changes? Okay. Is there a motion? Well, let's take public comment. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, or you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the board representatives as presented in the document in the board agenda.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Chang and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the board representative assignments have been approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 3, approval of the agenda. Are there any questions from trustees regarding the agenda? Okay, we'll take public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on the agenda for today, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium. Seeing as there's no public comment at this time, are there any comments from trustees or a motion?
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Lambert, the agenda for this evening was approved unanimously. And now we will move on to my highlight of the evening, which is the school showcase. Tonight we have students and families from Mariano Castro Elementary School here with Principal Kearns.
Good evening, everybody. I have some students here from Mariana Castro Elementary School. But first, I would like to start with a quick video highlighting some of the things that we do at Castro and some of the reasons why our students love our school.
Technology's a little slow.
Hey, Shelley, do you want to try to share it. Hold on, let me try my computer. Let me share this with you so that we can get sound. There's no sound on these computers.
Thank you for your patience.
Good thing so we're waiting for.
What we can do before, while we wait for the technology piece, is part of what we were going to do today was have our students share the reasons why they love attending Mariana Castro Elementary School. So we can start with them. Come on up, kids. We have three of our amazing fifth graders here. We have Benjamin, Claire, and Gianna. Start with Claire. Tell the board why you love
What I like about Mariana Castro is the different type of students because we get to learn about each other. And I think that each and every kid has one special thing about them, and it makes our school a better place. What I liked about Mariano Castro is I got a chance to be a part of the leadership group. One thing I like about Mariano Castro, it's really fun there. The teachers are very nice too.
And one thing that I particularly love about Mariano Castro is some of the great initiatives that we're putting in place this year. We've gotten a lot of support from our early literacy team, who have been working with students to get them up to speed on reading. Also, we are offering a newcomer class for some of our students to get caught up on some for their English. Those students who haven't been here, who have only been in American schools for less than a year, they get access to kind of some special instruction and just a feeling of community amongst those students. So, yeah, I think we're ready.
You want a live caption narrate?
Okay, I can do some narration. There's some like fancy music going on. We have our front office with our lovely clerk, Miss Judith Navarro, our amazing secretary, Miss Elizabeth Yamas. And in the background, we have a dolphin mural that was made during United Against Hate Week, where we kind of came together to create a school-wide art project. With some students playing at recess, lovely cartwheels going on there. Oh, the sound's coming on late. It's a little delayed. It's okay. We have some of our
Right,
kindergarten.
Shelley, we're gonna do it at the same time. We found a hack around. Thanks, Ms. Bertman. So let's start it back at the beginning and I'll just count off 1, 2, 3, and then I'll play the sound and you can play the video. All right, go ahead and put it up, Shelley, and we'll just coordinate it.
Really appreciate.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
What I like about Mariana Castro is the diversity and all the different type of kids. The thing I like about Mariana Castro is everything. Like you get to learn a bunch of new stuff.
One thing that I like about Mariano Castro is that you get to learn new things.
Part about Mariana Castro is that there's different people with different cultures, and you get to learn new things from different languages and yo lo que amo de Mariana Castro es todas las cosas que hacemos y la matemática y la ciencia.
Una cosa que amo de Mariano Castro es que juntos podemos conocer nuevas cosas y también puedo hacer nuevos amigos a través del tiempo.
I like the principal, I like the staff, very helpful, and hopefully we're doing a good job with the parents.
I love coming to Mariana Castro because this is my second home and I love my students and our families and our staff.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Chernikoff. I teach kindergarten at Castro, and my favorite thing about Castro is working with the other teachers here. We are all big advocates for our students, and we work hard to make sure that they have the support they need.
What I love about Castro is the strong sense of community. The teachers and staff all have a warm, supportive, and student-focused approach. Our students demonstrate resilience and an eagerness to learn. Our families are supportive and participate in various ways, and all of our community events are filled with joy. Castro is a really unique school, and I really appreciate how our community consistently comes together to address the needs of our students.
All right, thank you, everybody. And I would like to invite everybody to our Festival of Lights sponsored by your PTA. It will be tomorrow from 4 to 7 p.m. at Castro. Lots of great food, beautiful lights, fun activities. So come on out. It'll be a great time. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all of the students and families who came tonight. We will now move on to item 5, which is opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Now is the time for members of the public who would like to address the board regarding closed session agenda items. Tonight's closed session has 2 items. To address the board, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card, or raise your hand in Zoom, or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as we have no public comment at this time, at 6:23 p.m., we will adjourn to closed session. At 6:50 PM, we will reconvene open session. Item, excuse me? Oh, okay. We will wait just a moment to make sure all of our trustees are in. Item number A1 on the closed session agenda. After a unanimous vote, the board approved a compromise agreement with the parents of a student to resolve special education claims raised against the district in exchange for funding of $9,248 for private educational expenses incurred through October 2023. We'll take a roll call vote. Trustee Lambert. Trustee Berman.
Aye.
Clerk Blakely.
Aye.
Vice President Chang. And President Conley, aye. So a unanimous vote. On item number A2 on the closed session agenda, after a unanimous vote, the board approved a compromise agreement with the parents of a student to resolve special education claims raised against the district in exchange for funding of $30,000 for private educational expenses incurred through December 2023. We will take a roll call vote. Trustee Lambert.
Aye.
Trustee Berman.
Aye.
Trustee Blakely.
Aye.
Vice President Chang.
Aye.
President Conley, aye. All right, we will now move on to our consent agenda, and I think we have staff needs to pull an item from consent. Yes, Ms. Bauer.
Yes, good evening, trustees. On item F, which is the approval of the school plans for student achievement, we would like to pull just the Mariano Castro school plan tonight, and we will bring it back for your approval at the next meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. Are there any questions? Oh, yes.
I have another item to pull just for a quick question. The item I, the interim budget report. So I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda with item I, the interim report removed for further questioning, and the Castro report in the student achievement plans pulled as well.
That is.
Or taken off.
That's yeah, okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we'll take public comment real quick. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this motion and the consent agenda, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. All right, all those in, seeing as there is no public comment, we will take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Vice President Chang and seconded, I apologize, by Trustee Berman, the board voted unanimously to approve the consent agenda minus the Mariano Castro plan from item F and item I. And then Trustee Chang, yes.
Thank you. 2 questions. Is Dr. Westover on the Zoom? This question may be for her or her staff. First question is on the budget for the interim report. Does it reflect the funding that comes in for Shoreline with the agreement with the city?
I believe it does, but let me see if either Dr. Westover or Director Pongo can answer that. And we may need to co-host Director Pongo. Oh, there you go, Dr. Westover.
So sorry. Are you able to repeat the question? I had stepped into the other room or to the restroom.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. 2 questions. First is, does the interim report reflect Shoreline funding as part of its budget?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. And the second question is, there's been a lot of news reports about the state budget and kind of the state, the looming deficit for them. Do we anticipate the way we're funded to have any, will that be a challenge, a big challenge for us as well? For any, are we foreseeing anything we should be concerned about with the state's upcoming deficit?
No, because as a community funded district, the state's budget does not directly impact us as greatly as other districts.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Westover. And I make a motion to approve item I, the 2023-24 interim report.
If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on item I from the consent agenda, you may raise your hand in Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there is no public comment on this at this time, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Chang and seconded by trustee Blakely, the consent agenda item I is approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 9, communications. We will start with employee organizations. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? Seeing as there are none, we'll move on to district committees. Are there any representatives of district committees who would like to address the board at this time? And seeing as there are none, we will now move on to the superintendent's update.
All right, well, thank you. Just a couple of quick updates. First, want to just note that it was a wonderful video by the Castro community. Very cute. So the first video that we've had, so I feel sorry for who comes up next. You either got to bring a lot of people in or you got to have a video, and you probably need a combination of both, but it was great seeing all of Castro at the school. Here today. I do want to just share a couple of updates. So tomorrow we do have a community check-in. We'll be talking about a couple of updates. One of the big ones is just about school information nights are coming up. So we want to talk about what that looks like. There are information nights not only for elementary, but also for at the middle schools. And so we'll be talking about that. I also want to give some high fives just real quick to the Crittenden wrestling team. So last Thursday, they hosted the first ever wrestling varsity league finals. And so we had 5 students who placed and 4 who qualified for sectionals at Union Middle School and the county finals. So the wrestling team is actually in its second year after not having a team for decades. And I want to point out that they are in a different conference than what they used to be in. So they're in the bigger conference with Graham because we want to make sure that they got to compete with Graham instead of having to set off sort of like these random competitions. They currently rank in the top 4 schools in the league. So we want to congratulate the coaching staff for the hard work, but we also want to congratulate the students. First place, Uriel L. Second place, Anthony H. Third place, Adam D. and Ismail V. And 4th place was David S. We also just want to point out that Ms. Straw was at the city tree lighting ceremony. So they hosted a craft booth at the City of Mountain View's tree lighting ceremony on the 4th, and we saw that a lot of parents have fun there. So kudos to them. And then lastly, just want to remind everybody with the holiday schedule coming up, all of our offices do close and we sort of go to a skeleton crew over break just because a lot of people are sort of going around. So we are closed from December 23rd to December 7th, but we'll do our best to answer any phone calls that come to the district office or emails. We just want to let you know it's a little bit slower during that time. That's all my updates.
Thank you, Superintendent Rudolph. And then before we move on, I would be remiss if I did not thank former President Berman. We kind of moved through the organizational meeting quickly because we had the Castro students here to present, but President Berman, former President Berman, you were an incredible leader for our team. I know that we all felt heard. You crafted agendas in response to what trustees wanted to talk about. I know you were very receptive and mindful of that. And your care and attention and responding to the community I very much appreciate it because you are the voice for our board, so thank you. And I don't know if any other trustees want to say anything.
What she said. Congratulations and thank you.
No, I just wanted to thank the board. It was an honor to represent the board and be a voice for the board. So thank you very much for making me your president last year. Thank you.
All right. We will now move on to item 10, which is community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. To address the board, please approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker cord, or you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, we will move on to item 11, review and action. 11A, which is approval of the joint use agreement with a presentation by Superintendent Rudolph and Chief Business Officer Dr. Westover.
Good evening, trustees. So this evening, we are bringing to you the joint use agreement that was sent by the city for approval. This was sent over to the district last month for consideration, and it's currently on the agenda for action by the board.
I also want to point out just we received a letter which had some questions. And so we asked our legal counsel to join us also from Hawaii. Happy birthday, Phil. We're glad you're here. But if you could, I know that a couple of concerns were brought up, and I just want to clarify how this actually looks. So our board has always had a board policy that identifies sort of the governing practices for the joint use agreement. Actually didn't include the joint use agreement before, but we've updated the policy to adhere to CSBA, and then our legal counsel actually adjusted it so that it is clear that you delineate how the fee structures go. So there's two sets of fees. For the most part, any of our fields or anything that falls within the joint use agreement is actually, those fees are set by the city. And so the board policy that you're going to approve after this actually discusses that and sort of points to it and says they are the determinants of the fees. But we've always had in the background another set of fees that reflect our own usage. And so the public does have the ability at any given time to rent through the schools, but oftentimes they will do those things for like the auditoriums or the MERs or something like that. They don't necessarily rent the fields because there's already a process that the city governs, and the city maintains the fields and keeps the fee structure very, very low. But if you look over the history, at least in my 9 years, there's always been a fee structure there. So what you will have is staff is asking that you approve the joint use agreement, and then Mr. Henderson can join in and talk about any points that I've sort of missed. And then right after that, we'll ask you to approve an updated board policy that adheres to the law, but also that clearly delineates or states that the city is the one who's going to determine the fees. But you also have to update your fee structure, which we've been holding off for this moment too. But Mr. Henderson, if there's anything else you want to add in this, I know you sent over a couple bullet points just to clarify, that would be great.
Yeah, no, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. And I guess I can reiterate a little bit what you said and the points I brought to you earlier that I hope you shared with the board. And I mean, I'll hesitate to give legal advice in open session, but these are really provisions that are already in the board policies and the JUA itself. So the board policy specifically states that you are, as a district, allowed to, the superintendent is allowed to enter into a joint use agreement and set parameters for fees, et cetera. And then the language that is in the joint use agreement specifically states, well, it actually leaves somewhat open, if you will, that the city is able to set those fees, and all that it needs to do is comply with the Civic Center Act. Now, that's a provision that is in the joint use agreement that the city drafted, and and forwarded to the district asking us not to make any changes. So if there's any clarity that would need to happen, it probably could be into the joint use agreement itself, but that's not the form that the city asked the district to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson, and thank you, Superintendent Rudolph. Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Blakely?
I'd just like to clarify, so that the fees in the policy that we will be asked to approve after this would apply to contexts other than when the city is renting the facilities out. It would be if we were doing it directly, like for some other facility that wasn't covered by the joint use agreement. Is that correct?
Yes,
Correct. Go ahead, Dr. Westover, sorry.
yes, that's correct. So we've had these fees in place for classrooms, the MURs. So these fees are for other facilities that we rent out. For the fields, it's just during the time of use that are under the district's control. So for the elementaries, it's until 4 o'clock. For the middle schools, it's until 5 o'clock, which has been what we've been doing for the past 9 years. Or more, actually. So there's no change in our practice. The BP and the AR is just simply allowing us to try to comply with what was sent over from the city.
And I do want to add, there's a new sort of provision that also allows for in-kind donation that equals the amount that allows for organizations to adhere to the Civic Center Act and make sure that we're not doing preferential treatment, and that we put that in there also.
Vice President Chang.
Thank you. 2 questions. First question is, this clarification, has that been communicated to city staff and city council? If not, what's the process in which they will hear what we just heard?
We were unaware that city staff and city council were confused until probably a couple hours ago. So I've spoke with Trustee Conley, and there's also a representative in here from the city. And so our goal is, I think, to just draft over something quickly and have Trustee Conley forward it over to city council as well as the city manager, so that they understand the clarification that is that there's nothing in here that is sort of a poison pill that would prevent anybody from moving forward.
Second last question is, once we approve this, does the district staff believe that the city will move ahead and pay off their current money that they owe for the field at Vargas? And secondly, does the district staff have any information on the degree of confidence on the city fulfilling their agreement to pay for the upcoming bathrooms at the parks that are public use and not for student use that are currently being paid for by Measure T as the school district bond?
So to date, the district has received payment for the light installed at Vargas. We're hopeful that the city will also contribute to the field at Vargas, but that has not been outlined in the current JUA that was sent over. The restrooms has not been outlined.
So we also have a representative of the city here who is, you're welcome, because this is a city item. You are welcome to present as well.
Thank you, President, Vice President. Congratulations on your appointment, and trustees and superintendent. Would still like to speak to the other item under the normal public comment period, but in relation to the 2 questions you just asked, the city hadn't provided any additional payments because until the JUA is in place, we're unsure of what our proportionate share would be, and we're unsure of what the usage would be. As Dr. Westover stated, we did pay for the one light, but until we actually know what our allocation of the field would be, we don't know what a payment would be appropriate for the school. And that's very similar response to the restrooms. You know, once we know what the usage and allocation will be, then we would know what our proportional share would be. So both of those items will be addressed with staff once the JUA is in place.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from trustees? All right, seeing as there are none, we'll move on to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. And if you are in Zoom, you can raise your hand or press *9 on your phone.
Great. Thank you again, President, Vice President.
Hold on just a moment. We'll get a timer up for you before we get started. We'll allocate 3 minutes per speaker. We only have 1 speaker in person and no speakers online. All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you again, President, Vice President, trustees, and Superintendent. My name is Aaron Andrews, and I am one of the Assistant City Managers for the City of Mountain View. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of our City Manager, Kimber McCarthy, and emphasize some of the elements in the letter that you received earlier today that was referenced before. I think part of the issue tonight is another case of perhaps poor communication in the sense that we were not aware that this other item was going to be affixed to the JUA item. And so we did not have a lot of time to read it. But on our first read, we had some definite concerns because when you look at the JUA, there's section 11, and I'll just read it. It's pretty brief, at least the introduction. It says rules and regulations, city's use of the recreational areas shall be pursuant to district's current policies and regulations for use of district facilities pertaining to the use of the recreational areas as may be amended from time to time, like you're doing tonight. And so for us, until we fully understand what ramifications could be associated to the JUA through the other action you're going to take tonight on your own policies, it just created confusion for us. And I think for us, until we can clarify that and understand better how your own policies, because of this language in the JUA, could impact the actual putting the JUA into effect, it created confusion for us, which is why you received the letter, because we're not exactly sure how to interpret the other action you'll take tonight on your own policies as it relates to the JUA. So from a staff perspective and from our city manager's perspective, we would like to either refer to your staff or your own attorneys in consultation with our own to make sure that the clarification that was read into the record earlier is the assurance that we need, because on our own first read of section 11, it seems as though we'll be holding to your own policies as opposed to what the intent was of the JUA. And that concludes my comments. And I'll just say, thank you for your public service. We're all public servants. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Are there comments from trustees? Vice President Chang?
Thank you. And I'll be supporting this approval of this new JUA. Aspirationally, I think that it puts us both, the city and us, with this agreement of this community resource being available to the community. I also do believe we benefit from this partnership with the city. I think it would be difficult for us to, although we are committed to have these facilities available to the community regardless of a JUA, I think we are all better with the city partnering with us on this. That said, I'm going to vote for it. I do so with a lot of reservations on the process. I really don't want there to be a precedent set for the city or the school district to set ultimatums of saying that take this or leave it. I hope that we will never do that to the city going forward, and I hope the city will never do that to us again. I also hope that passing this still means that we need to have a functioning operational relationship, right? Because for the JUA to work, there has to be ongoing communication for these facilities to be jointly operated, and that requires communication. And there's still a lot of work we have to do, as what's happening right here with the city misunderstanding of the terms of the policy changes, that we still have work to do on this communication front. And I'm not putting all of that on the city or the school district. I think collectively, I both look forward to our new President Connolly and having a relationship with the mayor and keeping that front going. I look forward to our superintendent and city manager being able to kind of operate with the best intentions of believing that working with best intentions and active communication, because I think even this one thing that just happened right now, if we had best intentions on both sides and active communication, so I think we could have had better best intentions from the city, and I think we could have actively communicated better. So on two sides here. So like collectively there, I think we'll need that because this JUA won't mean anything if we have dysfunction that that kind of played out during this process. But I thank the city and I thank this district staff for getting this for a vote.
Trustee Lambert.
Yes. So I will not be supporting this tonight. I've mentioned my reasons before several, but I'll repeat them. First of all, the city gave us an ultimatum to accept a non-negotiable agreement. To me, that alone is reason to not support it. But there are also, in my opinion, much stronger reasons. First off, the process. There was years of negotiations and discussions. They were all held in closed session. I could argue that much of the discussion should not have been held in closed discussion, but the process would have greatly benefited by having community participation. What we are talking about are school fields that the city counts as public park space in their plans. And this is a tremendously valuable asset to the community. And to have these discussions go on in private really denied the public a full opportunity to be heard about their wishes, about their desires, and also their good ideas, potentially. As it is, what we really have here is an agreement that is very much similar to the previous agreement. The main difference, it focuses on maintenance of the fields and scheduling of the sports teams. Main difference is that the previous agreement or agreements, it's unclear how many there were about 5 pages long, but then supported by decades of practice, common practice and accepted practice. Now we have a codification of that accepted practice in about a 50-page document. So the end result is not much different than what went on before. And in that, what we've done is miss a great opportunity to have this joint use agreement be very much more than just maintenance of the fields and scheduling of sports teams. And I'll just bring out one example. And take a look at the multi-use rooms on each of our campuses. Our schools are located in communities within the easy walking distance of all residents. They have multi-use rooms that are often not used at night. Yet we have all sorts of organizations throughout the city who really struggle to find communal meeting places. Just to mention a few, right? It's neighborhood associations, Girl Scouts and Boy Scout meetings, Solidarnos group, League of Women Voters, on and on. There's all sorts of groups that struggle to find meeting places. And if public meeting places were available, I think many more groups would form, and our assets, the multi-use rooms really represent another asset, much like the sports fields for the entire community. The district does, of course, as we heard earlier, allow those spaces to be leased or rented for periods of time. However, the costs to rent those are prohibitively expensive for just about all organizations. And so they're very rarely used. What I would have liked to have seen is this joint use agreement include the MUR and be incorporated into the city's park and recreational plans where the city just helps offset some of the costs of these meetings, just like it does with the sports teams. I think that opportunity still exists through the Parks and Recreation and Open Space strategic plan update, and I would like to see that, further these ideas further explored there. But we really lost that opportunity through the joint use agreement, and I think that having public participation would have opened this up to a lot of better ideas. I think the thing that really concerns me the most is that although this is a 10-year joint use agreement, any of these schools or the entire agreement can be withdrawn without cause with 1-year written notice. That means any of our school properties, we could decide to have to expand on schools, and the public would lose that space. And that burden really is on the district for making that decision and really taking the denying public access, denying the public access to those spaces. And the city really has no stake in the ground for this. They can point to this the district for for taking away this kind of access, and the city really has no responsibility to maintain this. And yet the city will count all these properties as part of their park space. I would have liked to see more protection there for the public. This is not this agreement, and because of that, I feel that this agreement is not in the best interest of the public, who really need assurance that their open space, sports fields, and access to playgrounds and everything, will be secure, at least for the 10-year of this contract. So these are the reasons I will not be supporting this joint use.
Thank you, Trustee Lambert. Are there other comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Just a brief question for staff on signage. If we pass this, could you describe a little bit of the process of how the staff is envisioning us updating signs to kind of make it a little clear for residents to access this wonderful resource we have for the neighborhoods? Even before this this joint use agreement came up, some school sites, residents have reported to the board that it's a bit confusing on which entrance to go to and hours and language, and just given the kind of the tone of the language of whether it's like they may use or may not use, and sometimes the language, whether it be because of it linguistically or just the way that it's worded, may not come off as welcoming as we wish. Could we hear about like what we can do with wayfinding and signage to make sure people know that access is available to them?
Yeah, so after assuming that the joint use agreement gets passed, I think both organizations, and the last time I spoke with City Manager McCarthy, she indicated this too, that both organizations need to work on updating all the signs. I think there are some city signs that are just as old that point to like this is a trail or this is a particular area and don't highlight the actual school district. Just like we need to update our signage to include that. So we'll start working on that. We also, and it's kind of interesting, and I think this is, just a reflection of what's been discussed about the breakdown in communication. Originally, we had one time set for what time the fields could be used, and then the joint use agreement changed. The new one actually changed that time. It's just a half an hour, but we all, a couple of years ago, right before COVID, we made these big signs that had like 4 or 5 different languages on it. They have a different time. So now we got to pull all these signs down. So we'll be sending over updated signage that we can work on collaboratively with everyone to sort of make sure that that's taken care of. We do want to simplify it. We don't need to have 5 languages on it. While I understand it, it works, like it really just seems like it's a lot of noise, and people just sort of walk all by that. And then we also are looking at wayfinding to make sure that people know which way to go. And I'm not sure if that's something that Carducci's working on, but our goal is to incorporate that also, so that all of it's updated. And we started doing wayfinding a couple years ago, and then we sort of stopped. And I think it's time to do it. I think there's just spaces that people don't know where to go, and it's not just how to get to a gate, but it's where MERs are, innovation centers, or anything else. And so we just need to update all of that. So that's the next phase of this. Our team will start working with the city and figuring out what that looks like so that we can update signage all throughout the district.
If I may make a ask of President Connolly and district that when that's done and we have pictures, that could be sent to city council and the city along with sent to us. And because the signage, I'd like to look the history of this agreement process. While a small issue, it's been brought up by people saying they wish to see it. So I think on an emotional level, it's gratifying to see the signs when they're updated, both for city and us.
Yeah, I think both organizations at one time or another have sort of drawn on the line of demarcation and said, this is where we are. So I think what our goal is, because we'll need board approval anyway to go ahead and spend the money. So our goal is that after we do it, we'll bring it back, and then it will be after we've talked with the city and sort of went through that process, and then we can always send it over to. I'm not sure when that will happen. I don't know where in the scope of the projects. I don't think that's, at least on my table, is the highest priority. But I'll get an update from Dr. Westover when we think it'll happen, and we can add it to the board matrix.
Thank you. Trustee Berman.
So I'm in support of the joint use agreement that's presented today. I'd like to thank our district staff and our attorney for working in partnership with the city staff and the city attorney. I believe the JUA represents a partnership between the city and the school district, and it's an agreement to work together to make the district's open space available to our community for school use, for after school use, and jointly caring for this space as described into the agreement. I know that right now we're just also discussing that updated board policy, but I think, it's my understanding that was just an element that was necessary, sort of went hand in hand. So if there's any confusion about it, I just want to apologize on my behalf as having been board president when this agenda was created. It was my understanding that this was needed to make as part of what was outlined in the JUA. So if there's confusion about that, I hope we can take care of that and just publicly say that, this was something that, again, we felt was necessary given our approval of the JUA, that this part went hand in hand. So hopefully we can clarify that next step. We definitely want to improve our lines of communication. We work together in partnership and service our community, and I think our community deserves that strong communication. And if that means, having a couple of meetings throughout the year, maybe just a couple of representatives from each side, to just make sure that everyone hears it, everyone's on the same page. If there's issues, we can make sure we have build understanding, or make sure each side understands what the needs are, and so then we can rectify any issues that come up. So nothing catches anybody by surprise, because I think that's going to help this joint use agreement be successful for the members of the community and those that use our open space.
Trustee Blakely.
I think the agreement benefits the community. I'm in support of the community, and like some of my colleagues have said, I hope we can work on continuing to improve communication between our agencies. And with that, I would like to move that we approve the joint use agreement between the Mountain View Westwood School District and the City of Mountain View for recreational use of school sites, and direct the superintendent or designee to execute the current JUA and take all necessary actions to effectuate the current JUA.
Second.
It's right if I make a comment first before we. No problem. I really value this board's varied perspectives I think it was very helpful to hear from everyone tonight. Trustee Lambert, particularly looking out for kind of the broader public interest around park space in the city, and that taking that kind of higher level view is just really helpful. And I think it's good for the public to hear that too, and to be mindful of how do these types of things impact public usage through both the city and the school district. So thank you for your comments. I think when we get to the fee structures in our next item on the board policy, that might be a time to talk about the fees that are available for the public and to better understand that. And maybe to look at how we promote the usage of the space or the rentals of our space to the public. And, you know, I agree with Trustee Berman and her comments, thanking both city staff, district staff, city council, all of my colleagues here on moving forward on this item. I am very optimistic that this puts us on a good foot heading into a new year for our partnership as two agencies that serve the same residents. We are here in service of our community, and we want to make sure that we are providing access and facilities that meet our community's needs. And I'll just note, we did talk about the joint use agreement on September 21st. When we look at communication, I remember at that meeting, there were some city representatives here. And so I don't think after the meeting, I don't think we sent a letter to the city saying what we had discussed, because there had been city representatives here. But in retrospect, it might have been helpful because that was the meeting where we specifically clarified that there was board direction to make sure in our existing policies, the board policy 1330 and AR 1330, that we could defer to the city to be able to set its own fees. And that would be also clear in the JUA, because that board policy and AR have been around. And so we stated in that meeting explicitly, there was a majority of the board in support of doing that. But there wasn't a formal communication afterwards. And so that might be something, you know, we're intending to send a letter over tomorrow, kind of reporting on the outcomes of this meeting tonight. And I think, you know, the city can do the same for us as well. But I look forward to, you know, continuing to communicate and figure out the best avenues for sharing information with each other. On that note, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Thank you. All right. So on a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Vice President Chang, a majority of the board has voted to approve the joint use agreement as presented, with Trustee Lambert opposed. We will now move on to item 11B, Board Policy 1330, Use of School Facilities and Administrative Regulation 1330. And we will hear from Superintendent Rudolph and Chief Business Officer Dr. Westover.
Great, thank you. Just want to echo, as a resident of Mountain View, it is great that the joint use that this board has continued to preserve. I know that it was voted not to continue it, and you have been steadfast in sort of your position that you want to make sure that it's adhered to. And I know everybody talks about Shoreline Park, Regional Park. While it's great on a daily basis, the community uses the parks and the fields at a greater use than they do Shoreline. And in fact, me as a resident, it's often that I will go over to the park that's right near, that just opened up in my neighborhood, or I'll go over to Vargas. And it is actually a lot rarer that I will go into Shoreline as a resident. There are times when I take the trails and I will run in there, and it's great. But I think on a day-to-day basis, we often are out here walking our dogs or enjoying the grounds. And so it's great that you all have affirmed that a little bit more and continue to make sure that that's taking place. And so I just want to commend you on that, because I do think it's an important place, and it reflects our position the whole time, that regardless of whether or not there was a joint use agreement, that these fields would have remained open for the public. But it's always great to have something to back that. and sort of proof. With that said, we do have to update a couple of items real quick, which is the board policy as well as the administrative regulation. And I just want to highlight a couple things. I know that city staff has already stated that they have, oh, okay, I don't know what happened there. The city staff did point out that they had a couple concerns, but we do have it highlighted here specifically based off of board direction that there is the ability for joint use to go into place. And I just want to read this real quick, and then I'll jump over to the AR. In order to ensure the efficient use of public resources and increase access to needed services, the governing board may enter into an agreement with any public agency, public institution, and/or community organization to use community facilities for school programs to make school facilities or grounds available for use by those entities. Such agreements shall be based on an assessment of the district and student community needs and may be designed to increase access to spaces for recreation and physical activity, library services, school health centers, preschool programs, child care centers, before and after school programs, or other programs that benefit districts, students, and the community. The superintendent or designee shall work with the partner agency, in this case, for the joint use agreement will be the city, institutional organization to develop a written site-specific joint use agreement that delineates the terms and conditions for joint use of the district or community facilities. And the parameters related to the partners agency's assessment fees. And that part right there clearly identifies that they are the ones who determine the fees based off of us entering in a joint use agreement, which you need to approve because that wasn't captured actually in our policy before. The responsibility is all parties in that the use will comply with the district's board policies, administrative regulations, and Civic Center Act, California Educational Code, Section 38130. So it's clearly identified that the city is, and I know we're going to get in something to send over, but it clearly identifies that the city is the one who determines the field fees. I've said that a couple of times. I'll reiterate it again. We apologize for the confusion. I wish somebody would just send me an email or just simply called and asked. But at the same time, I probably could have sent something over and said, hey, this is going there too. And so all of us have to own that sort of mishap. But the good thing is that the fee rate structure does not necessarily change unless the city decides and manages it that it will. The second part about this is that we've added a new wrinkle, which is a little bit different, which allows in lieu fees. So an organization under the administrative regulation can now rent our facilities if it benefits our students, and they can do an in-kind donation that equals the amount of the rental fee. And we need to be consistent, so we just can't waive fees for one organization and not for another. But we want to make sure that we do create an opportunity for community organizations or after-school programs or something else to partner with the school district to allow us, for the school district to receive some type of in-kind donation that can be determined either by them or by us, and for them to, have the fees waived, because we do realize that in some cases these costs are cost prohibitive. So we wanted to find a way to adhere with the Civic Center Act, but also to make sure that we didn't have any mishaps. And Dr. Westover's office has graciously decided to take that on. So anytime that an organization, we inform the principals of this, anytime an organization wants to use the facilities, they will work directly with Dr. Westover's office and our maintenance of operations department to determine what the in-kind donation is that equals the amount. So this is a new change for us, but we took in light of what you were saying in terms of we need to make sure that the community can access it. And so we were trying to find ways to make sure that was actually captured in there. We probably could go a little bit further and we could probably delineate a little bit more, and I understand that. But we are asking that you approve the board policy, which actually is the part that you need to really make the joint use come back to life. And then the administrative regulation, which simply sets the fees, which we've been holding, but it also has a couple new twists in it. And if there's any other changes you want, we can always bring it back or amend it at any given time. And pursuant to the joint use agreement, at any time that the policy changes or any updates, we will send that over to city staff so that they see it immediately. We'll do it preemptively prior to if we know that a change is going to be coming, as opposed to put it in a packet and then send it out to individuals. And I hope that the city will do the same. I know that oftentimes we wait for a packet to become publicly available, but I think both agencies would benefit from receiving the information before it goes out to the public, so that we can respond sort of behind the scenes and have our questions answered, as opposed to waiting until it's in a packet and moving forward. And I just think that that's an opportunity of growth for both of us, because both entities are governed by the Brown Act, and we're a little bit worried that we let the cat out the bag prior to. So staff is asking that you approve the BP as well as AAR with the updates that we put in there that bring us in line. And then again, we do have Mr. Henderson and as well as Dr. Westover who can answer any other questions, as well as myself.
Other questions from trustees? Vice President Chang.
Thank you. 3 quick questions. Number one is I see on the Facilitron that it's right now it's just Vargas and the 2 middle schools are listed. Once we approve this policy, for spaces like the MUR and auditoriums, will the other schools be listed on Facilitron at some point? Or, like, why is it just those 3 are listed on Facilitron right now?
Trustee Chang, it might be the way that you're searching, but all of our schools are on Facilitron, all the classrooms, all the MURs, all the spaces. We're actively renting out all the spaces currently.
Yeah, I'll look into that. And then could you explain the tiers on the fee structure, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, just for us and the public on what definition for those?
Sure. So tier 1 is for district groups and PTA. So those fees are waived. Tier 2 are typically for nonprofits that are student oriented, that benefit our students. Tier 3 is for nonprofits, and tier 4 are for-profits. And the way the fee structure is set up, it's because it wants to try to provide a reduction in cost for nonprofits, and then also provide a further reduced cost for nonprofits that are for students.
Like a neighborhood group, would that be under, if they're not like officially a nonprofit, but like they're not a for-profit, but they don't have nonprofit status, would a neighborhood association fall under tier 2 or tier 3?
A nonprofit would be under, so tier 2 would be for kids.
They don't have a legal status, like they don't have like a tax exempt status. They're just like the Monte Loma Neighborhood Association. If they want to use the MUR, would they be a tier 2 or tier 3?
They would be tier 4 because it would be a for-profit. So in order to qualify for the nonprofit status, they have to have the nonprofit number. One of the reasons we started working with Facilitron is we had an organization that was claiming nonprofit status, but they were not a nonprofit. So Facilitron helps us by monitoring to check that they're truly a nonprofit. If the board wants to provide a reduced rate to neighborhood organizations, we could bring this back to the board, and you can choose to put neighborhood organizations in any tier you prefer.
Thank you. And do any of these group levels require outside insurance when they rent our facilities?
Yes, they all do.
And does the Facilitron process facilitate that for them, or they need to come to us with insurance in hand?
It's up to the organization. So they can come to us with insurance in hand. So PTA, they have their own insurance already through the main group. If a group does not have insurance, so if it's a private individual wanting to host a birthday party, Facilitron offers that they can purchase a one-day insurance through Facilitron.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Lambert and then Trustee Blakely.
Yeah, I have some questions about on the administrative regulation, the final fee schedule proposed on page 6. So my first question is, do the rates for the tier 4, do they represent roughly what it would cost to cover the school's expenses for maintaining?
Yes, that's correct. So this would be fully covering the school's cost, and we tried to be more conservative. So there's a CDE calculator that we can use that we put all of the numbers into, but we're not attempting to make a profit on the public.
So that's roughly the maximum amount allowed under the Civic Center Act.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, so
Correct.
then that means tier 3 and tier 2, you are offering discounts to certain organizations to sort of assist them, help them better use your facilities. And as a result of that, the district is bearing some of the cost, would be bearing some of the cost of having those groups use those facilities. Correct?
That's correct.
To make very clear.
Yes.
Yes, so it would be great. These are community services. It's helping our whole city. I would very much like to see the city participate in reducing rates for renting these kind of facilities in our district, much like they help out with the sports teams. I guess that's a comment, not a question.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I think I had some questions along the lines of what Vice President Chang had. So PTA sponsored activities are essentially free. They fall into the tier 1. So for, let's say, a youth chess club or a robotics club or PYT play in a can or something like that, these youth focused activities that historically, or CSMA after school choir, I mean, you could come up with any number of them. If the PTA does not sponsor it, then they have to pay the fee for tier 2 and they have to provide their own insurance. And I am wondering, for PTA to sponsor something, do they have to like waive the fees or absorb the fees?
I might help on that one because I sit on the MVWSD PTA president's meeting, and this has come up a lot lately because the PTAs are organizing after school programs. And part of it becomes an issue of insurance. Right now, they are working with various vendors that would be considered nonprofits, but they are coming in with the PTA umbrella in order to be compliant. They are looking at, is there a PTA adult in the room, a parent volunteer in the room to make it part of the PTA? And so there are actually guidelines within the PTA about how to do it. And that's what our PTAs are doing in organizing after-school activities.
Okay, because what I've noticed is a huge drop off in the amount of PTA or sponsored activities, and I had been told it was because of the insurance. But when I looked at the handbook or whatever and the insurance, there are a few types of things that the PTA can't. It's like outside of what's covered by the insurance. But most of these kinds of things that I had listed could be covered. But you're saying that there's an additional requirement of having a PTA member present at all times?
There are recommendations from the PTA about what is, it ranks different activities. It flags some of them as a little bit more risk adjacent, and then recommends having perhaps a PTA adult in the room with the activity. So I can speak to it, Ms. Stroll, for example, for all of our after-school activities that are organized by the PTA, there is a parent from the PTA, a parent volunteer, who is attending the session with the students in order to be covered.
Okay, maybe I'm going way off topic here. I am just hopeful that in the future we can get more after-school activities like we saw pre-COVID. And I think I keep seeing, I get the Monoloma notice and they keep not having stuff because people aren't signing up. And I think the PTA has not sponsored it. I have not spoken with the PTA members, but they're sort of promoting it. And I would just like to see a fee structure that encourages the ability for youth-oriented activities to be on campus at the most reasonable fees to provide enrichment activities for our students.
I think that's a matter of PTA capacity, frankly, and volunteer capability.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Chang.
Thank you. Just a long question. Dr. Westover, the board received an email from a district staff member asking us to look into the kind of the maintenance process for the middle school auditoriums. And they even made a request that we should be hiring a technician. Could you speak to give us some context about how our two auditoriums, has unique audio-visual equipment? I think they're, real gems for our community. How's the maintenance going for those facilities? Are there certain things that we are not funding that may need to be funded to keep that as a community resource?
So right now for the auditoriums, when events are held, the middle schools are contracting out with a contractor that helps them with the lights and the other equipment. So the equipment is quite complicated to use. So we have an outside vendor to help us with that. With the fee structure that the board is approving today, we've added a provision because one item that we've been having trouble with our auditoriums is when we rent out the auditorium, we also need a staff member there because if somebody doesn't know how to use the equipment, they could damage it. Or when our teachers go in the next day to use it, if they've adjusted the sound or changed the microphones, it's unusable for our students. So you'll notice in the fee structure, it also says that we can hire an outside person to come in to help with that. So it could be available for rental, and which would, I think, open it up for the community as well. So I know that wasn't specifically your question, but I think it's also maybe touches on what Trustee Lambert was asking of trying to make sure that our facilities are open for the public to use.
If there are no other questions from trustees, we will now move to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. We have one hand raised in Zoom. Oh, did that hand disappear? Oh, there it is. So we will put a timer up on the screen. Phone number ending in 6. You may unmute yourself and address the board. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Nelson. I would like you to urge whatever you do on this item to not double time it by avoiding a second reading. There obviously is a bunch of questions that trustees have and several things that the city says hasn't been discussed with them. The administration really owns not sending this out to our city partner. I would really like to see the chief administrator own something himself when his administration doesn't do something like that. My 36-year partner, my wife, is sort of like the city. She expects disclosures first, not afterwards. So please table this until the next meeting. It obviously is not ready to go. This trustees have questions. I would even like to know, have the auditoriums at the 2 middle schools ever been rented out? Because the last time I looked on the rental stuff, it said to be determined. This is not the online stuff, but just the description of what things could be rented. So yeah, I don't think this is anywhere ready to go. The city says they were blindsided. It's not the time to go ahead with do it. I hope there's a motion to table this until the next meeting. Thank you.
Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Lambert.
Yes, as I was listening to this discussion that we just had, I thought it was very useful because really among ourselves, if any of us wanted to lease one of these facilities, I think we'd be overwhelmed with decisions and who to contact and what to do. A small chess club trying to organize something in the evening, it would have to be really overwhelming. So I think what it really is really telling us that if the objective is to have our facilities used as much as possible by the community, make them available, make people welcome, we have to do more than just offer discounts. fee schedules and discounts. We really have to help with the process of not only scheduling, which could be complicated, as Trustee Chang pointed out, but also help with insurance, help with what other facilities, what other are custodians needed. How do you use this? Who needs to be present? That's beyond. I see it as beyond the scope of this subject right now, but it's something we should address, I think, going forward. And the overriding topic is how can we best structure, the fees, the insurance, the communication, everything, and make it easy for the public to use our facilities to the best. And the comment I will rarely follow up with it, but I will this time, is we have beautiful auditoriums at our schools. They should be used a lot by the entire community, by organizations outside of our community. They're easy to get to. They're centrally located. It could be just wonderful, wonderful asset for our community. Thank you.
Vice President Chang.
Thank you. To kind of tie the, there was a comment that Trustee Lambert was asking about should the MURs have been part of the joint use agreement and stuff. And now I look at the MURs and auditoriums as while it's a valuable community resource, I see it's very different from our fields, because our fields, it makes a lot of sense for the city staff to maintain those because they have the equipment experience. But our MURs and our auditoriums, those are maintained by district staff. Sometimes there's district equipment, district student materials in those. So I think that it makes a lot of clear sense. While I know from a resident standpoint, it's kind of like they have to take a moment to remember some things are through city rental and some things are through Facilitron through us. I actually think it is very logical that our MUR and auditorium are rented through Facilitron. And Facilitron's not a bad user interface. And equally so, I'm glad we passed the JUA for field issues. I will hope that we can, here as a board, provide enough guidance to the district about where neighborhood associations and things fall, so that this item can come back on a future consent agenda with them clearly listed. And for example, for me, I think that anything that's clearly not charging a fee that's from the neighborhood, I think they should fall under level 2. And I think level 2 seems appropriate. So I'm really proud that there's now the in-kind volunteer service they could do, because I can imagine a neighborhood association or a group doing some nice service on campus to cover those fees and cover the insurance costs and things like that. So so I would kind of respond to what Dr. Westover said, that if it's the wish of the board to put that into your structure, I would look forward to us kind of as a board collectively stating where that is tonight, so that that's come back to us, because I like this being Facilitron. I agree with Trustee Lambert that we can probably promote this better, but this neighborhood association thing, it shocked me when it came back and said that was a level 4. That was a bit shocking, so I hope we can fix that.
We can just
Well, I will note that some neighborhood associations are 501c3s. So Old Mountain View, Mauna Loma, they're registered. Shoreline West, we have not registered as a 501c3. And what it does is it allows a neighborhood association to do fundraising. So neighborhoods have to make their own decision around that. Something that's interesting about kind of the way the city works with neighborhood associations, you can apply for a neighborhood grant. You can be one person and apply for this grant to serve your community, to do a block party or what have you. There is no real, we can go back and look at the city website, but there's not a lot of boundaries on what a neighborhood association is. And so I think that's why we have this range of everything from registered nonprofits to a group of 5 people who get together and try to put on events in their neighborhood. Figuring out, we might want to look at how the city defines the neighborhood associations, but I don't know that that's something that we'll kind of solve tonight. Trustee Lambert, did you have more to add?
So you said exactly what I was going to say. The only thing I will add is that points out too, their neighborhood associate, just like the PTAs have access to certain insurance, options. Neighborhood associations also have access to their certain insurance options, like Montalba needs to do it for their ice cream social. Okay, but there's cheap insurance they can get through the national, whatever it is, right? Neighborhood association.
Thank you. Trustee Blakely.
I think I was just going to say mostly what you collectively just said, that I'm generally in support of this. I agree with Vice President Chang that it is probably more appropriate for the school district to manage these facilities and, through whatever interface right now is Facilitron, rather than the city, because of the maintenance piece of it. I know that the theaters has been a long issue because they are very fancy. The technology I had, our former performing arts teacher, Leanne Rapola, had asked me years ago, why can't she's like, it's too complicated. We can't even run this equipment. So it is pretty complicated. And I'm glad that we're outsourcing to a professional to run the equipment. I know at the high schools, they have somebody that works 20 hours a week to run it, and you have to pay for that person. When my kids were in high school, it was like $35 an hour or something like that. It's probably much more now. But I don't want that equipment being damaged by anybody who doesn't know what they're doing. So they are beautiful, and if there's a way to make them available with a professional, I think that's great. But I think that it's something the school district should control. I also was going to say I'm in favor of bumping neighborhood associations or unincorporated neighborhood associations, unincorporated associations, and those can actually even get nonprofit status under the California Corporations Code, but I'd be comfortable bumping those up. I was thinking it should be group 3 to make it kind of consistent in parity with other nonprofits that are not youth focused, but that can be a conversation for another day. I do think that they shouldn't be treated the same way as a for-profit entity. But otherwise, I'm in support of this revised board policy. And you probably have comments you want to make. I'd make a motion. Oh, there's
Trustee Berman.
I mean, I want to echo what Trustee Blakely just said about being in favor of finding a reasonable space for the neighborhood associations to fit into. And it just seems like maybe that's a different conversation. So I'm just, want to communicate. Yeah, I think I'm in favor of the structure, but it seems like there are these other smaller pieces that at some point we might want to bring up in maybe perhaps a separate conversation.
Trustee Chang.
Oh, I would encourage us as a board to at least ask the district staff directly to bring back, to write down that we want to see these neighborhood associations, bring back the solution at a tier below level 4. Because I don't want this to be a wobbler gone. This issue actually was discussed even when Bill and I were on the board, like a generation back. And so it kind of surprised me that it continues to be a question for can neighborhood groups, and a lot of neighborhood groups don't have the wherewithal to incorporate or the bandwidth. So if we don't want to suffer from up here, understandable. But if we can, are we collectively saying this should come back to us with enough guidance? The district has enough guidance that we want this clarified.
So Vice President Chang, if I may suggest that if the board is interested in a straw poll, we could ask that the staff investigate the neighborhood association issue, and it could perhaps come back under consent.
So I just want to point out that earlier this year, I already stated that we would allow neighborhood associations that were recognized by the city to rent the facilities for free with just an in-kind donation. We could easily, if the board majority wants it to be at tier 3, you can amend the policy right now so that they are just in there under tier 3, and that we would waive it with an in-kind donation, and provided that they have insurance. I think our challenge was, and I know we've been doing some outreach to try and figure out, and the city updated their website. We're relying on the city to find out who the recognized neighborhood groups are, because sometimes they're either in flux or they've had leadership changes and stuff like that. But it's, I remember, because I even spoke at the Montalba Neighborhood Association Ice Cream Social and stated the exact same thing to them, to say that we want you to be able to use it. And I remember somebody said, well, they can use Google X once a year. And I was like, okay, but you can use the MER as much as you want, provided that you just do an in-kind donation, which in this case would just be cleaning it back up afterwards. So our custodian, we don't have to pay overtime to our custodians. But if you're fine with that, we can amend it, and you can do it right now in the moment, and you can put them in tier 3, and then we'll capture it before it gets uploaded to the website, and we'll make sure that it's included over. So, but I have publicly on multiple, even in this venue, stated that we wanted to allow neighborhood associations to use the facilities because we recognize that the board has had a desire for the community to be able to use it for their own, for other meeting gathering purposes.
My apologies. I should have been looking to my right as well as my left. You're probably over there dying and I wasn't looking at you. I'm sorry. All right. Do we have a motion? Vice President Chang.
Thank you. I fully support what Superintendent said. I'd say in this era of kind of better communication with the city, I would ask that perhaps we can ask the city to list information that school facilities are also available, and there's a link to our Facilitron, and likewise for us to link to the city's facility rentals. So like in this like age of like communicating best customer service to residents, I'm on the city website now. Like if I was the neighborhood association, I wouldn't even think that MUR is not available because it's not listed under the city's facility rentals. Likewise, we could, pass it forward to the city to list their resources.
Yeah, we can work on that. And the other thing I would just simply say is that just listening to your feedback, we can also work on sort of a FAQ or a cheat sheet on how to navigate the whole process to make it a little bit easier for individuals to know, here's what you got to do and here's who you contact. So we can do both of those. We'll reach out and figure out what's the appropriate way. I don't want to speak on the city's behalf and assume that they're going to put a link up there, but we can definitely, to the best of our extent, make sure. And I think Sunnyvale had already provided a model where they have their policy and then there's a link that hyperlinks you right over to the city of Sunnyvale's joint use. And so that you knew, like when you wanted to rent a field, you click their link and it takes you right to the city, and that whole process, we can do something similar.
And I think, I haven't made my comments yet. These facilities that we have are wonderful. I agree, we want as much public use as possible. Some of the challenges, I know the MUR for Castro and Mistral is being used for storage right now, and there's a nursing pod on there. So, renting that one out might be a little more challenging than some of the others, right? Those spaces end up getting used for overflow as their curriculum changes and things like that, and we have to move stuff around. That being said, our PTAs at many school sites are doing an amazing job organizing after-school activities, but it's hard and it takes a lot of volunteer time and capacity, and I know that it's a struggle to do. And so, that's a different conversation about how we can support schools. We have expanded our ELAP program, our after-school programming for at-risk students can attend for free. And so I think that picks up a lot of the slack in terms of whether or not children have activities after school, if there might not be volunteer capacity to organize those activities. And those are high quality activities, right? At school does great stuff with our kids. YMCA does great stuff with our kids beyond the bell. And I am in favor of amending this to include a reference to organization or groups defined as neighborhood groups under the city grant program. If there is a motion, we can move forward.
Do you want to move that to tier 3 with putting them in parity with other nonprofits, or tier 2 with the youth nonprofits?
I think what Dr. Rudolph, for myself, what Dr. Rudolph was saying about putting them in tier 3 with nonprofits, but they can do an in lieu donation, which might involve, I could imagine my neighborhood association doing a campus cleanup at the end or something like that.
Or do you want to do the motion? I'm happy to do the motion if you want. Okay. I move that the Board of Trustees perform the first reading of Board Policy Administrative Regulation 1330, use of school facilities, BP and AR 1330, with the modification of allowing city designated neighborhood association groups to be moved from tier 4 to tier 3. Waive the second reading of BP and AR 1330 pursuant to Board Bylaw 9310. Adopt the updated BP and AR 1330 and cancel Board Policy 1330.1, use of school fields, which is now covered in the new BP and AR 1330.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by Vice President Chang, the board has unanimously voted to waive the second reading of BP and AR 1330 and adopt the updated BP and AR 1330, canceling BP 1330.1 as presented. We will now move on to item 12A, under review and discussion, reimagining the Castro plan scope. This is a lengthy item. Do we want to take a short break, trustees? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We will re-adjourn at 8:16. All right, we are back. We're going to start with item 12A, reimagining the Castro plan scope. We will hear from Superintendent Rudolph and our Director of Equity, Pullman.
All right, we're going to do a joint presentation, and I know the Brown Act Police can come after me on this one, but I just wanted to congratulate Uriel Lopez, who just took the county championship in wrestling just a few minutes ago. So I know I mentioned it earlier, but congratulations, Uriel, and thank you for the Crittenden staff for keeping us updated. So come after me, Brown Act Police, but otherwise, congratulations, Uriel.
We're not voting on it.
All right, we'll bring them in. All right, so we just for everyone's record, we're going to fly through some of these because we provided the data. I think this is really a great project to embark upon for the district. And this is in response to the board providing direction for us to go. So our objectives are pretty clear. We want to really talk about our vision for how we want to reimagine the goal. But right now, Director Pullman and I are going to do is really do a deep dive into the actual data. We're actually not going to spend a lot of time on the data as much, but we wanted to point it out there. And there's really an interesting challenge, and I'll turn it over to Director Pullman to take us through and talk about that, and then I'll pick back up when we get to this, to sort of the quantitative thing, because I think there's some commentary that needs to go there, and then she'll talk about the qualitative standpoint. So Director Pullman, I'm going to turn it over to you right now.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say before we dive in that the reimagining Castro project, it's important that we do frame it as an equity challenge. As we have listed here, it really intentionally, it intentionally grounds us in kind of our collective and overarching goals of educational equity for all students in our district. So I do think it is important to frame it like that. It also increases the urgency of this effort, and of course makes it a priority. It's aligned to all areas of our strategic plan. And in kind, this gives us a chance to operationalize our mission and vision. And we don't often bring those back to the projects that we work on, but I do think it's super applicable. And I want to mention also, this puts down at the bottom, when we focus on school improvement for one site, even though we will be largely talking about Mariana Castro today, there's a huge benefit to all other sites coming in the future from our learnings, our successes, and even our struggles. We'll learn and be able to help other institutions. There's a clear connection to equity. So I just did want to hear, this is the collective statement built by the District Equity Advisory Committee. And I wanted to highlight, of course, that equity is more than an outcome. It's a call to action, which is really what we're here to do, and breaking down and addressing barriers so that all of our students have the opportunity to attend schools with high quality educational experiences and thrive academically, socially, emotionally in our schools and beyond. And with that, Dr. Rudolph, go ahead and dive into the data.
So before I start talking, and again, we're going to fly through a couple of these. But before I begin, I do want to acknowledge, like, there's a couple of great things about Castro that often get overlooked because we sometimes focus exclusively on test scores, right? So it does have a dedicated community of hardworking teachers, staff members, as well as parents and community members who are really deeply invested in its success. And that is probably, I would think, the thing that is most necessary in order to do this actual work. And so when we started looking at data, and some of the data isn't that great, some of the data is improving, right? But I just want to couch that and remind everybody that, if there's anything that we all see alignment on, is that every single entity that interacts with Castro wants Castro to be great and is willing to do the things that it takes. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit more. So for us, when we looked at the quantitative data, we did a couple of things. We went all the way back to when I first arrived and we looked at the school quality reviews. We also brought this up at DAC and talked not specifically about Castro, but just about the qualities of a great school, just to understand what was taking place. There were some interviews that were taking place, which Director Pullman is going to talk about, as well as teacher interview. So these are the qualitative things. And then for the quantitative, which we're going to fly through, we're really just going to focus on enrollment. And I just want to highlight this for 1 second. But we did look at CAS, we did look at iReady, and then obviously right after this, we'll be talking about the equity scorecard. But we gave a real in-depth overview of sort of Castro's performance. And you can see in some of the cases, like especially around chronic absenteeism, that you're starting to see things sort of trend in a better way. I do want to point out, and just because earlier this week, PISA released this international test scores, that everyone across the world is actually seeing the impact of COVID. It is not just us, right? And I know that there are times when it's easy to point to, well, we're not doing something, and somebody else, we need to point to what everybody else is doing. But what was clear in the PISA results, which has been, at least in my world, has been all over the news right now, is that the impact of shutting schools down for impoverished or at-risk kids has had an adverse effect across the world and definitely within our community. And we're seeing the exact same thing in the States and across different areas. So I want to point that out, that is sort of the turning point of where you see a lot of the test scores go. Again, we're not going to highlight most of the test data. We're going to focus on the enrollment. And that's the second thing that I want to just highlight real quick. And this is without like a critique, right? Because I think at times in a meeting I was in earlier, I just happened to bring this up. It was a very long meeting, but I brought up the fact that, the one thing that time affords us is the ability to look backwards and to play Tuesday morning quarterback, right? And, that's something that in the moment you don't necessarily always have, right? And so there were two specific decisions that were made that created Castro, the Castro that we know today. And that was a decision in 2008 to remove Stevenson, and that was a decision to remove Mistral right afterwards. They were done with very noble intent. I'm not here to go back and criticize a decision that was made. At the time, we all were chasing the exact same thing. We were forced to look at how could we improve outcomes for all of our kids and all of us, and regardless of the state that we're in, or at least for me, because I live in multiple states, right? All of us were focused under the Nickel-B guideline of you need to make sure that your lowest performing students are improving at the same rate that your highest performing students are, right? And so the last decision that the board made to split Mistral from Castro, which we included the deck from it, also had an impact on that. But I just want to, just real quick, highlight a couple of things. Just real quick. So what we do know is that the median income in Mountain View has actually increased drastically from $41,000 in 1990 all the way to 158. And in addition to that, right, what we're also noting is that parent perception of school quality has been reinforced by test scores over and over and over again. And so what we're starting to see now is that school choice has pulled some of the students away from it, but it's also created this negative feedback loop where people believe that things aren't happening at Castro, that is sort of destitute, and that's not necessarily the case. We saw a great video earlier today. People really enjoy the community, but sometimes it's obfuscated because, when a parent moves into our community, their first resource is to go to great schools or a school finder or something else and look at a quantitative score that is rooted in some algorithm that we don't know. And now even US News Reports has come out with their own one versus what we and then the second one is to ask parents what their perceptions are, right? It doesn't necessarily give you the feel what actually takes place of the work that people are doing. And so we do have to acknowledge that despite all that, the splits that have occurred over the course of time have had a negative impact on it and have unintentionally concentrated poverty at that particular school. And then I would actually argue that the final sort of nail in the coffin was the redrawing of boundary lines, which also cut off a portion of the neighbors. So we had 3 decisions that were made over the series of time that actually do it. So I just want to highlight, and this wasn't captured in the actual presentation, but Director Pullman made a video so that you could see just over time the impact. So Castro actually is one of our largest schools, and did not have as many SED students in 2008. And then let's watch how this transformed over time. So one thing that remained consistent is, Graham has been the largest school the whole time. But what was clear about that, Mr. Director, if you can do it one more time, what you will see is that over time, the number of SED students drastically increases, but also the population of Castro drops drastically, thus exacerbating the need that exists there compared to other schools, right? All right, so let's go to the, oh, thank you for pointing it out. And I do want to point out part of this, and Director Coleman, I'm not sure if you captured this, part of the reason why you see the Castro-Mistral split, and it's not captured because we were using CalPADS data, and so CalPADS took a couple years to recognize Mistral as its own site. But let's keep going and let's dive into, we skipped a lot of slides, and we really wanted to jump into to talking about what our findings were. So if we can get over to that. All right. So what we've seen is that COVID, as I said earlier, has had a tremendous impact on all of our students. That cash flow, it is compounded just because of the amount of need that has been taking place. And what we see is that there's significant growth for the students who did not need significant growth for students who were in the standard not met category. The other thing is that, in terms of growth indicators, what we also are seeing is that there is a steady increase, and that is due to the large work of the staff, but it does fall below the district average in terms of chronic absenteeism across California and across the state or across the nation has sort of went up, but we are, thanks again to the hard work of the staff, you are starting to see a drop in chronic absenteeism. I think we all would agree, like, if kids aren't in the seat, it doesn't really matter how great the teaching is going to be. The fact that they're not there sort of hinders their ability. And then, I will say, and I think the board has done a great job, as well as the school site, in terms of understanding that there are so many other variables that are taking place. And so when we look at the overall health and well-being of the students, we also notice that the wellness center is needed at that particular site, which is indicated also by the suspension data, which is indicating of a school that is undergoing some traumatic event that needs additional assistance or supports in order to help it. So I'll turn it over to Director Coleman to talk about the qualitative data review that we did.
Thank you. Let me take this back here. Okay, excellent. So the qualitative data that was taken was really rich. And of course, it was to help us, dive deeper and hear about the lived experiences of people who've put their heart and soul into the kids at Castro. And so I was fortunate enough to be able to do interviews and focus groups conducted with parents of DAC, teachers at Castro, and administrators, both past and present. And again, this was really in anticipation of building a plan to plan. There's going to be a lot more stakeholder feedback, and there's going to be a lot more community participation in the actual plan development. This was just really kind of thinking about, well, what kind of input did we need to build a plan to plan? So I just kind of want to put that out there as well. But the guiding questions used for the qualitative data study were, how would you describe the school to someone who hasn't been there before, including its strengths, challenges, and priorities? You'll see the findings are also organized in that way. And then what do you think Castro needs to improve performance? What has hindered improvement efforts in the past? We know this isn't our first rodeo in terms of focusing specifically on Castro and trying to, to help support the efforts there. And so we want to know kind of what worked, what didn't about past efforts. And then just directly asking, what support do you feel like you need to implement changes in your school? So again, I just want to thank all of the people who participated and who were vulnerable enough to share with me. The data was really rich. Some of the key takeaways, everybody really agreed that just like Dr. Rudolph said, Castro is a home to dedicated teachers who want to serve Castro and the students there. specifically, and they're at Castro because they want to be there and serve that population. Another benefit is the small class sizes. Of course, a lot of amazing work can get done and attention can be paid individually. There are also strengths in terms of teamwork and collective responsibility. So teachers at Castro aren't just grade level teachers or, classroom level teachers. They really do come together and say, I am a Castro teacher and I am in charge of taking care of this entire school. And of course, there's a lot of work done, by grade level where, all grade level teachers really take on all the students as their own in terms of data management, and even certain instruction and activities. Some of the challenges noted were increasing peer conflict, and this is particularly post-COVID, and the behavior challenges, which is not necessarily intuitive to missed instructional time, but that was a theme that came up over and over again when talking with the staff, that the peer conflict and behavior challenges were leading to incredible instructional losses. And a lot of the peer conflict was happening during unstructured times, not necessarily during classroom time, but it was taking away kids who needed to either be in the office, right, cool down, or other things needed to be handled outside of the classroom. And that took away directly from instructional time. The staff and leadership turnover over the past few years post-COVID has affected classroom or staff cohesion and has made it more difficult for the staff to come together. Obviously, when you hire a lot of new people, there's a runway, right? They need a lot more training and support those first couple of years. So that investment also takes time. And then, of course, a challenge is finding time for maximizing instructional blocks. Obviously, all schools have the same amount of instructional minutes, but how the day is structured, teachers noted that it is really difficult to do a deep dive into anything with a 20-minute instructional block, and then it's obstructed by X, Y, or Z. The priorities that the staff and administrators noted was student achievement through relationships and serving their social emotional needs as well as their academic needs. And of course, a huge emphasis, and I believe Principal Kearns talked about this evening as well, which was literacy. So takeaways and the themes that kind of came up over and over again when looking at the qualitative data as a whole, some of the factors impacting past improvement efforts, especially for people who had that institutional knowledge and were there during past improvement efforts. School closures were huge. A lot of gains were being made pre-COVID. And of course, COVID and school closures really halted all of that. Principal and staff turnover is really difficult. Applying changes for short periods of time based on COVID funding, not COVID funding, or things producing immediate results, things not producing immediate results. It was difficult in order to see sustained change. The tight daily schedules and finding longer instructional blocks, which I talked about before, to accelerate learning. Some of those things mentioned could be due to outsider provider schedule constraints, sharing facilities or personnel with withdrawal, and of course, the increasing social, emotional, and behavioral needs of students post-COVID and it taking up classroom time. And then when asked about, the needs, what would Castro need in order to improve outcomes for students, some themes started to develop, and these themes could end up being, as a part of the educational roundtable, areas of priority, right, that we consider when we talk about building action steps and building a plan to implement. Some of those things include social supports. It was very clear that the at-risk and the SCAF were highly valued staff members. And so ways to better support them or even increase the influence that they have. More wraparound services and supports for families was also included in social supports. Academic rigor, so emphasis on high quality instruction, first instruction with support that's consistently provided from year to year. And so that runway is kind of shortened in terms of people are used to having this consistent support year after year. The cognitive load of learning new things decreases over time, and hopefully the effectiveness of that particular implementation increases. School day structure, so increased instructional blocks, more supports during unstructured times of school day. And when I say unstructured, I mean like recess, lunchtime, even in between periods, things like that. Staffing, so retention of teachers at Castro, and then school-wide enrichment. So more enrichment activities that are typically funded through a school's PTA budget. is something that was mentioned by staff. And I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Rudolph, who's going to talk about the planning to plan in terms of 7 stages of developing a plan that we can bring back to you by the end of the school year.
All right. So the board tasked us with developing a plan of action on how we would create something, right? And I want to just point out, like, the first thing we want to do is just do a deep data dive, right, for our own edification, right? But we haven't really started the actual plan because we wanted to bring it back to you and make sure that we were in line with what the board was thinking about, what comes next. And we do have a couple of asks of you also to make this possible. So there are 7 distinct stages that we want. The first one, which is currently what we're doing, is looking over the actual data, right? And sort of what the overview is. But then from there, we need to construct an actual vision of what this looks like. So what is it that we're really envisioning for Castro? So what is the vision of what this school can become? And how does that translate into its actual actions? And then what we're hoping as we construct a vision, not only with the school site, the teachers, the staff, the community, and the board, but that we'll also start to begin to identify different priorities. And when it comes to the actual priorities, we want to develop an educational roundtable of a diverse group of individuals who will travel and go see different schools. I think one of the benefits when we were working on Mistral is that, in this case, board members got to go see it. I will say going to Chula Vista was really an amazing event. I distinctly remember the 2 students that were talking to us, and Trustee Blakely at the time looking at one of the students and talking about how great her Spanish was. And I think she had been at the school for a couple of years and she was moved in from the military. And I think that sort of provides a groundwork for individuals to sort of base their thoughts on. But I will also say when the board was working on an urban school design, going up and down the peninsula and looking at different school sites helped us to see that an urban school on a couple of acres is actually something that's possible, and that these were great examples of what happens. And oftentimes what we, at least in my experience, when you don't have a framework or you can't really see what's possible, it is really hard to imagine what comes next. And so we do want to go out. We've identified some schools that are blue ribbons or that have, been sort of making the mark, that sort of have some very a community approach or have similar demographics. We want to learn from these actual schools to see what they're doing. Some of the schools that I was kind of interested in didn't make the cut, but that's just how it is. But I do think there is value in actually taking people. So we have a couple schools, both in California, some in the Bay Area, some in Southern California, and then we have a series of schools in New York that we've identified also. And of course, we're always open, if time permits, to travel to a couple other schools that people have sort of noted. And then from there, our goal is, we go out to these schools, we identify what the priorities are based off of what the data is sort of saying. So we sort of know there's 3 buckets right now that we're sort of looking at, there's sort of catch-alls. But we want to identify the areas, but there's so many different examples of what we can and cannot do. We really need to use this roundtable of individuals to start picking, like, what is the best approach, right? I know earlier this year, there was an article about looping that was sent to us that talked about the value of it. I wasn't an elementary teacher, although I was an elementary principal. And in fact, I think it came up yesterday when I was talking with Trustee Berman, and I was like, oh yeah, looping. I was told that you don't loop 1 and 5, and you loop in between. And then she was like, no, there's value in doing TK in kindergarten or kindergarten in 1st grade, right? And so that's not a concept that I'm necessarily that I understand, but I do know what it's like to travel with your kids because I taught 9th grade and then I had 10th graders the next year. And it does, just like the article said, it speeds up a lot of the conversation because the kids know you and you know them, right? So that's a possibility of something that we can explore, but we really want to go see what other schools are doing and then really have a list of things that we can sort of try, but think about our own context at Castro and say, this is what's really going to work. And then from there, we'll identify what the key actions are. But most importantly, and Director Pullman is going to talk about this in a second, the most important part is about patience, right? And she'll talk about the Lily Pond effect in a little bit. But we need to be patient and we need to set key metrics and indicators. And I think one of the problems that, at least over the 9 years that I've been here, is that we've been really impatient and we expect outcomes to occur. And when we don't see them the next year, we start to abandon that practice. And we need to, I think, a little bit more strategically about that there are some lagging and leading indicators. What are the leading indicators that are going to push us upwards, right? So if you see at one time, right before COVID, we started to see this rise in literacy rates at Castro in the younger kids, right? Which indicate, while they weren't being tested at the time, it indicated that they were moving forward, which is really what you want to see because, yeah, it's 3 years out before they act, or 4 years out before they actually get tested. But that's going to be the barometer that you want to see whether or not you're starting to see some impact. So we want to identify with this plan what those key measures and goals are, so that everybody is clear about what the progress we're actually making, so that we don't abandon the practice a little bit earlier. It doesn't mean that we don't afford ourselves with the ability to make an adjustment. It does mean that we're intentional about this. And then the final part about this stage 7 is really about sequencing everything. And, we can toss anything and everything at a particular school. I mean, that's possible, but at the end of the day, there's only so much capacity that people have at any given time. And so we need to be very intentional about what's the sequence of events and how does that actual practice go. So our position is we really need to have probably a 4-year plan that sort of clearly identifies this is what's going to happen and identifies the metrics, and that allows the board to get updates on a regular basis about how are we doing in terms of achieving this. And then with that said, I want to talk about how we want to manage expectations and a little bit about the Lilly bond.
Yeah, so this graph on first glance looks really complicated, but it's not. This basically is just charting or helping us illustrate what organic growth looks like. And then that arrow in the middle is really representing kind of what our typical growth expectations are as people when we look at change in an organization. So this graphic was built lessons from the lily pond in terms of, when you get one lily pond and then there's, they reproduce. And so it's talking about how organic growth happens. But if you want to think about it in school improvement mentality, right, we think that at the origin space or at the 0-0 axis, that's when change occurs. And so our expectations start, right, as soon as change occurs. So as time goes on, our expectations are that over time, right, change will increase almost in a linear fashion. What actually happens, or what we know about improvement science, is that organic growth starts off very, very slow. And then, of course, you have one catalyst or one change that compounds another change, that compounds another change, that compounds another change. And then you see exponential organic growth. And that's typically how change happens. What's difficult is that maybe at the year mark, when you've put in all of this effort and you have all of these hopes, right, that's where you see the gap in expectations between what we're expecting in terms of change and then what the change trajectory really is. That's a critical juncture, because that's when we kind of sit there and say, well, it didn't work or it did work. When in actuality, what we would need to do is continue with sustained effort and focus, right, in order to get that organic growth at a later period in time. This is just a reminder to all of us that we're going to have to manage our own gap in expectations, especially at the beginning. It's essential to avoid quick fixes or quick pullouts and unintended consequences, ultimately, that could end up harming students. And of course, that's not what we want. So just in addition to that, to remind everyone, the rollout of changes will likely consist of a couple different phases. Like Dr. Rudolph just said, we can't throw all of these new things in there, right, and expect for that to work. And so 2 to 3 phases really are necessary to roll out changes, approximately 1 year apart, of course. It's possible then that full implementation of changes, just to be super transparent, won't necessarily be fully implemented until school year 25-26 or even 26-27. Even though that sounds really far away, we know time moves really, really quickly. And the kind of sustained changes that we're hoping to see is going to take a lot of effort. So it's going to require substantial time, of course, human resources. We've got some amazing teachers over at Castro, and financial investment, of course, because any new change given, according to that lily pond metaphor and the change science that we just talked about, really any change should be given at least 3 consecutive years of implementation before it's either discontinued, right, or changed drastically, of course, unless it's causing harm. And this is partially in reaction to kind of the lessons that we learned in terms of the qualitative data we took about, well, what hindered efforts in the past. This is not going to be an easy thing to do. We know that already, just based on the amount of time and effort we've really already put into increasing outcomes over at Castro. So the hurdles are going to be, of course, unequal outcomes at Castro persist despite our best efforts, of course, to address them. Now, school closures due to COVID-19 resulted in long-term negative consequences, and we're still not really sure yet, right, how long that's going to play out. There's a lot of uncertainty, especially with the PISA scores just coming out. Right. It's kind of it's more dire of a situation, I think, than anybody really anticipated. So we still don't really know the scope of how long it's going to take of learning acceleration to kind of get us back to an equilibrium. Learning acceleration has not yet outpaced the degree of learning loss, of course, but there's tremendous opportunity in what we're doing here. I mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation that what we learn in terms of our implementation of supports at Castro can help all of our schools in the end. Now, considering current reality and, of course, past efforts, we've got lots of information to take with us. So that's a great opportunity to learn from the past. And the opportunity, of course, is to also co-create with our community of stakeholders through the educational roundtable so that we can really emphasize that sustainable change is done through community involvement and is done through kind of a meeting of the minds. And also we can prioritize kind of consistent efforts. And Dr. Rudolph, this is you, I believe. Oh, nope, it's me. Sorry. Dr. Rudolph went over the stages of the plan. I just put a timeline to it, right? So the board wanted to see really a plan to how we were going to start to roll out improvement efforts at Castro and supports by May. So if you backwards plan, right, we'd be sharing the plan with the community in May or June. So if you backwards map that, we would need to obviously sequence or timeline the changes in April. We would need to set progress measures and get super clear about when and how we're going to measure progress, what we're going to do with that information. And then identifying key actions, of course, seeking expertise and best practices, identifying priorities. And we're already in December, so it's all going to happen really fast, but co-constructing a vision is really the first step. And it's not going to be done with any one person. It's going to be done in community. And speaking of community, we're calling it an educational roundtable. You could call it a committee, you could call it lots of different things, but ultimately the goal of this group of people is to provide feedback to the superintendent, the board, and any designee on the vision and priorities of the Castro initiative. So all of those stages of the plan will be brought at some point to the educational roundtable and also internal teams at the district, so that we can get everybody's expertise all in one place, and it can really be a group effort, as it has to be in terms of giving more support to Castro. Those multiple stakeholder groups include, of course, teachers and staff at Castro, Castro students when appropriate, Castro parents, site leadership at Castro, district leadership, and even board members.
All right, and we'll fly through this. So we've identified 3 big areas, right? SEL supports, relationships, as well as foundational skills, which would also include academic press, which are the 3 main buckets that we're actually going to look at in order to support Castro. And then based on the information that we've actually gathered, what we have started to see is a vision starting to emerge, which is really about the cultivation of nourishing relationships with students and families in order to support the whole child as they attain their core foundational skills, right? So the goal here is that we will start convening the educational roundtable, and then we'll facilitate different conversations with the Board of Trustees as well as the community to sort of refine what that looks like prior to us actually going out and visiting different schools. And I think, as I said earlier, and we can skip through this just quickly, the idea here is that we will go visit schools so that we can get best practices and sort of learn in the field what things are taking place, and then come back and sort of contextualize this and thinking about this as actually meet our some of the stuff that we do. So we do want to do that, and we've already started to identify different schools, and so I'll let Director Pullman just talk about how we initially looked at these schools and sort of how the list came. And then obviously from there, we have our next board update is coming in about a month and a half, or sorry, a couple months.
Yeah, thank you. So most sites are actually initially identified through the list that's published with the U.S. Department of Education and the National Blue Ribbon Schools for 2023. What's great about that list is that they all come, of course, with applications that include their best practices in terms of what was on their application, as well as the school demographics and all sorts of information. So it was a deep dive into really all of those that were awarded. It is also possible to sift through those awardees looking at demographics, Title I status. So we really did look at public Title I schools that were National Blue Ribbon. But of course, that's not the only thing that we want to consider, especially as we think about, obviously test schools are not the paragon of school quality, and we definitely don't want to conflate the two, because there's another thing that's really amazing that's going on in California, and that's the Community Schools Framework of California. And so there are districts all along the state that are utilizing the California Community Schools Framework and some of the grants and are doing really amazing things to make sure that the schools in the community are really a fixture of the community and are not only supporting the students, but the families. And that's something that we've heard from board members about what's important, and from parents about what's important in terms of the school being really a fixture of the community. So the other schools that weren't National Blue Ribbon schools, they have adopted the community schools model. And there's literature published on the schools in terms of them being of exemplar status. They've demonstrated success in integrating student supports, enriching and expanding learning time and opportunities, active family and community engagement, collaborative leadership practices, all of which are a part of the California Community Schools model. So obviously the school visits will take time, and we want to also build really a rich report of the learnings. We want to take time with the educational roundtable members and everybody who visits the schools to have some really meaningful reflection sessions. And so for right now, we anticipate the next time being able to come back to the board with, of course, a final guiding vision statement, which we kind of talked about today, that list of 2 to 4 high leverage priorities based on data, and then along with a clear and compelling rationale for each priority based on data. And then that findings and reflections report on the learnings gleaned from external site visits. So that's really the next gesture where we'll be able to have all of those. If you think of it as a checklist, we'll be able to have kind of all of those items there for board consumption. And with that, I know that was a lot of information. We do really want to get a sense, tonight about the plan to plan. So again, I want to be clear that this is not the plan, for Castro for next year. This is the process for building that plan. So what would you affirm or change in the emerging vision statement? And I can go back to that slide as well, if that would be helpful, because I know it's a little wordy. And then directly commenting on the plan. So what would you affirm or change about the planning process? So does the timeline for creating, sharing, implementing the first stages of the plan fit the needs of the board and of the districts? And with that, Dr. Rudolph, I don't know if you want to add anything else before we open it up to comments and questions.
I think we're good.
Thank you, Director Pullman, and thank you, Superintendent Rudolph. Are there questions from trustees? Vice President Chang.
Thank you. It's a really important item. A first question I have is, this last thing about the exemplar schools, I'd like to kind of know some more context. Some schools that maybe their districts were considered but not included. The board often receives information that locally, Gilroy Unified has been identified by multiple organizations, California Department of Education, as a pivotal district on best practices. There are also Innovate Public Schools has them as one of the only districts that has non-charter schools as the best performing Latino elementary schools. So I'm just wondering why schools like Gilroy are not included. There are also non-public schools like the primary school, East Palo Alto, which has been having really strong success with students around wraparound services. So I'm just kind of getting a sense of this list, how it was put together. It was this, who made this list, basically?
It was done in conjunction with several different administrators at the district office, but the task ahead of us in terms of, okay, find schools that are going to help us learn what we need to learn in order to improve efforts at Castro is like a huge, it's like all schools in the nation, right? And so there was some way that we kind of had to filter. The initial filter was looking at National Blue Ribbon schools for 2023. That was the initial filter.
I mean, I would encourage looking at Gilroy and EPA. Those are local, but I had a question about, on this call, we have two former administrators from Castro, Dr. Judy Kreitz and Terry Lambert. And I know, and they both have been involved in turnaround efforts at Castro. I know Dr. Kreitz was the principal when we allocated extra funds on the school board, when Trustee Lambert and I we did that actually at Castro. If you recall, we had that meeting at Castro when we made that decision. And then Terry Lambert's, when she was principal, Castro, they were involved in the Innovate Public Schools, where the principal was part of a partnership with other principals in the region who are doing turnaround work. So if they're available, I'd be interested in hearing what would two former principals of Castro say about advice they could give us on this plan to plan about, having that they've done this work, and is there anything they could share? Because it's rare that we have two former principals on the call on Zoom. I don't know if any of them can give us any advice about their experience.
Before they comment, so I do want to thank former Principal Lambert for participating in an in-depth interview that did make it into the findings and the research that we reviewed today.
And as I'd seen if they can get on the call or not, I had a question about on the board questionnaire. They said that last year's turnover rate at Castro was 46%. What's the district turnover rate? Is that an anomaly, or is that pretty in line with other schools? I see President Lambert saying no, but no to what? I mean, no that it's not 46% what's on the Google Doc, or that's an anomaly or not? Just trying to see 46% for a single year turnover, where does that fall, so I can have context what that number means?
I don't think Ms. Victor would actually be the person who would know, but I don't think we weren't prepared to answer that question. We would have to have a little lead time to
Well, I guess maybe I can reframe it. On the board Q&A, it says 46% of the staff turned over at Castro. Is that different from other school sites, percentage-wise? Not like explanation of why it happened, just like statistically, is that higher or lower than other schools? Like much higher, or I'm just trying to get a context, because otherwise I don't know what 46% means. Because if you have a lot of turnover, then that means a lot of the staff aren't there. So I'm just trying to understand, is that a high number?
I totally understand what you're asking, Vice President Chang. I would need probably Chief Victor to comment on that, or we could come back to you with that information too.
And my last question. On the board student achievement plan that was on the consent agenda for Castro, on the very last page, they said that Castro was seeking, there was a lot of students who were using counseling services more than the caseload would allow. Is that something you found too, that I know that we're not getting into details, just looking at a plan, but is mental health services something that was coming up in what you found and what people were talking about with that?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Data suggests that there is which is why Castro is the only school with a wellness center right now.
Thank you. And I don't know if Terry Lambert or Dr. Judy Kreitz were available to give us some insights on, this is kind of a historic moment for us, right? It's every generation we take a crack at this, and I don't know if we can hear from the last two principals on how we can do this differently.
I guess, Trustee Jane, the only comment I would make for that request is that I wonder if, I don't know, it's sort of a deep and really meaningful question, especially if they spend so much time in that community. I think it might be challenging for them to come to the microphone and share kind of offhand, their experience. But however, I would love to hear from them, and I'm happy to give them more time to sort of process what.
Or maybe in a future meeting. I just say that because if 46% of the staff turned over, and we've had a lot of new administrators since, institutional knowledge is a valuable thing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So I think two things. One is, it sounds like Principal Lambert, who's now at Stevenson, did participate in an in-depth interview. So we know that we have her feedback within this, even though it might not be called out as specifically from her. And then perhaps asking that Dr. Judy Creates also be included in some of the feedback that's going on so that her input can be garnered as well, since she has that kind of historical institutional knowledge. On the 46%, it's so hard because I often think of questions. I try to think of my questions ahead of time and email them in, but sometimes I think of questions in a meeting, but the 46% is almost certainly something that would have been helpful to email in ahead of time so that Ms. Vickward could have prepared a response, right? Like if it's data that's not included in the presentation about broader context in the district or something, I encourage you to try and write it in ahead of time just so staff can prepare it. Because now I'm curious, I want to know the answer too. And then Trustee Berman, I see your light is on.
Sorry, I just never turned it off. I feel like I have a lot more questions and comments. I know I submitted several of them and they really helped me sort of get a better understanding of the plan to plan. And I think the questions that come up for me might be a little bit premature because we don't have the plan yet, right? So I'm thinking about, what data points are we going to use? When I think about iReady, it seems like, they're really significant data points, but they're few and far between. And what does that mean for pre-K, kinder, first grade, right? Like just really relevant data that's going to help us sort of see some progress, maybe even sooner than 2-3 years out. So I don't know. I think that I do have a lot of questions, but some that maybe I'm not really quite ready to share because we're not really there yet, right? So, one of the things, one question that maybe you could answer is, in those site visits, which I'm really excited to go see what is out there and what exists, because, as Dr. Rudolph said, it does help us see the possibilities, and it really ignites a curiosity and an interest, and to do maybe some things that are new and different and innovative. And I'm wondering, when those site visits happen, will you come back or design a protocol for those visits so that there can be sort of consistent reflection and comparison across sites? So does that make sense? Because I worry that I'm seeing Dr. Rudolph say yes, and that's my assumption.
Part of the reason why we identified those buckets is to help capture the SEL supports, the sort of what are the foundational skills and the academic press that is actually taking place, and how do these schools build relationships, and so that as we go out to the actual sites, we can look at those items and sort of get a better understanding, and then just from lessons learned both through the Castro Mistral, the Mistral visits, as well as going up and down looking at urban school design. I think it's important, and which is why one of the requests is for the board to actually form an ad hoc committee so that the board has the ability to provide, you have a consistent group of individuals. If there's one thing I did learn, it is that after going to Chula Vista with 2 trustees and then going to Charlotte with another set of trustees, it was hard for everyone to sort of convey what they saw because they were all working off different frameworks. And the same thing occurred when we went to look at urban school designs. And so what we're actually going to ask you to do is to create an ad hoc committee that will be the point person, and we will work to help you present the actual findings. And I think this is one of those areas similar to what Mistral did, that we would do series of study sessions to present, here's what we're finding, here's what we're sort of understanding. Right now, this is a very tight timeline because oftentimes, we got the request, and then we started working and pulling the data and sort of looking at it, and then we're going to try to turn around, go visit some sites, and then by the end of the year have it. So we're talking about really a 6-month window, which is doable, but it's extremely tight. And oftentimes you would spend a little bit more time. I think the Mistral one lasted over a year because it went through 2 terms. But we do want to use those, frame it in those buckets so that we can start drafting some ideas. And then again, finding ways to report this out, show pictures and everything else, and give updates to the board so that they're aware. But we would like the board to form an ad hoc committee to help drive this process.
I just have one more question. In the vision that you are asking about, this is referring for a vision for for sort of this group, right? To think about what do you envision for this particular school? It's not necessarily redesigning a vision for the school site.
That's
right?
correct.
Just
Yes,
more
that's correct.
for the process. Got it.
Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, how much of this plan, if any, is, do you expect to address issues outside of the school? What I'm talking about are things like food insecurity, housing insecurity, internet access and competence, transportation, things like the environment of the whole child that lives there, and before childcare, before they come to school, after they start school. How much, I guess, how much is that going to be integrated into your plan?
I think this gives us a great opportunity to really define a lot of different initiatives and to concentrate them in a very coherent fashion that we haven't done before. So for instance, we know that our MVWSD Connect pilot was piloted at the Castro-Mistral campus, and those were the first students to actually get it. And we're currently working on it, but I think we can be a little bit more formal about that. We also know, and I was talking about this yesterday, there's an interest about preschool at the particular site. And obviously we used it for TK. We have the literacy program there, but these are just different projects that are, the literacy team is spending 40% of their time over there. We have preschool and TK over there. We got the internet project, but what we really want to do is make it one uniform approach that is extremely clear. And I think, similar to, and sort of Nancy's going to kick me, right? But I told this to Trustee Blakely and to Principal Kearns. There was an after-school program that they did last year that they were trying to find money for. So we picked up the bill for it. But I think we can, we can do a little bit more of that. And I think we start asking some other questions around even things like the field trips and having conversations, right? That is the essence of what the plan will be. There will be a series of things that we can do, and but we don't know what the actual price of all of this is just yet. But if we think like field trips is sort of the panacea to part of the panacea for this, then we need to identify that and allocate funds for it. If we believe that aftercare is this, like we're fortunate that ELOC program is there, but if we need to extend it, then we need to be clear about what the actual cost of it is. The same way with pre-K and TK. So the idea here is that as we visit sites, and that's one of the reasons why we looked at community schools, is to invest all of these resources in. Obviously, there are some things that are outside of our control, but it doesn't mean that we can't do a yeoman's effort to try and address them, right? And concentrate a little bit more. And for instance, and I'm trying not to get ahead of ourselves, right? But in Director Pullman's excitement about this, she was like, oh, it'd be great to have a social worker at the school site that can help connect parents and families in coordination with the SCEF and the at-risk. Well, that's a great idea, right? And then I was just saying when I was in Buffalo, poorest zip code in the state, we had a healthcare clinic in the school to make sure that not having Tdap vaccinations or something else was there. I think all of these things, but that's probably a little bit longer, further down the road. But all of these things can be phased in with a very coherent plan, as opposed to what, and this is no offense to anybody. I think over the course, at least of my tenure here, it's been sort of patchwork. We have an idea, we want to do this, and we have another idea, we want to do that. And what we're really advocating here is for a very detailed plan that engages all of this and leans on sort of the expertise of or the institutional knowledge of the people that are there, but also takes the expertise of people who have been doing this for quite some time and have sort of moved a little bit beyond where we're currently at.
In a sense, what you're suggesting, I think what I'm hearing is that you're starting out with a core focus, and then with time, it's a long-term program. You can keep expanding and expanding as appropriate and as you have the resources.
Yep, it's similar to what both of y'all at CSBA went to Bakersfield, saw it, and both of you have sent me the information or given me a card, right? That's a good example of there are other ways that we can replicate things that are missing that can continue to expand over time if we have a concentrated effort to actually do that. I think after school program is a great example of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a few questions. So one thing I'm curious about, when we look at staff turnover, locking in that team of really dedicated teachers and keeping them is a matter of support and, all the other things that we look at for retention. Is there room when we start our lottery determinations for our teacher housing? Could we do something like prioritize teachers for Castro or other hard to fill positions in our teacher housing lottery?
I think it's possible. I would have to talk with Win Properties
Okay.
to see. So I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I think it is a possibility.
And then, there was recently an EdSource article looking at why California is really failing English learners. And in the data that was presented tonight, there was focus on SED, but not necessarily on English language learners. But we know that that's a significant population at Castro, and many of them speak Spanish at home. And so this EdSource article really pointed to there is just an overwhelming amount of research at this point that bilingual education supports students who are English language learners. Are we visiting any bilingual examples? Are we exploring that at all for this site? And have we looked at that research?
I read the article, I saw it, and then you sent it to me. I think that's an interesting conversation that we can pose to the board. I think there are pluses and minuses, but I think there was a reason why the straw was split off. And there could be, one could argue one way or another that there's a possibility of the whole site being a dual immersion. But I don't want to get ahead of us. I think what's important for us to do right now is to go out and see. But I think that model is very similar to what we see in Chula Vista, where I think all of it, if my memory serves me correctly, I think all of their schools are actually a dual immersion. And so it's the whole site. We did look at Chula Vista just to see, and the performance similar to ours at Castro has dropped a little bit, and I think part of that's because they have an at-risk population too. But similar to Gilroy and some other sites, I don't think there's anything that precludes us from actually looking to see if there's other examples out there that we can learn from.
Yeah, I can imagine a scenario where, even though it's a neighborhood school, if it was a bilingual school, families who wanted to opt for English only could perhaps, if they were in that catchment area, choose or apply to some of the other school sites in the district, which would allow some choice at that site too.
And I do want to say, Trustee Conley, one of the programs that we are going to be visiting has really implemented an interesting dual immersion model where they do dual immersion in KN1. So it's kind of like a hybrid dual immersion. So they do dual immersion in KN1. So the teachers in those grades, of course, are B-clad. And so it's not a full dual immersion school, but one of the schools on the list is doing dual immersion in KN1.
It hits that transition point into phonics, right? Phonics in Spanish is much more straightforward. I understand that Castro used to have a dual immersion strand within the school. There is a difference in the sense that, so families could choose that or not, but still be at the same school site. But when we've looked at trying to more economically integrate our other school sites, this might be one strategy where if families choose not to stay in the immersion, like in the bilingual program, they would actually be economically integrating other school sites in the district. But this is all pie in the sky, all pie in the sky. I'm just, throwing spaghetti noodles at the refrigerator and seeing what sticks. I'm really interested in how we are engaging the parent community more. There is a long history of people parachuting in and doing things to low-income communities instead of our community members leading the change themselves. And I think that that is particularly important at this school site. So how How are we engaging parents in this process?
So again, I just want to remind everybody, this is our plan of action. This actually isn't what we're stress testing is whether or not this meets your vision for what we need to do by the end of the year, because that was a task that was put in front of us. And then from there, we have to, granted, we have talked with Principal Kearns, talked with other individuals, but we haven't really dived into meeting with teachers, staff, parents, and students, and everything else, because I think, it, and I'll just simply say, Trustee Chang brought this up one time when we were talking. He was like, sometimes things come to the board, and it feels like all the momentum is actually there, and the board hasn't had the opportunity to weigh in. So our goal here was to make sure that you felt like we were headed in the direction that you were setting us in before we actually started going out and running and saying, okay, well, here's what's going to take place. But it is our intent. We can't do this work without the staff, the parents, and the community at Castro. But at the same time, we have to afford the Board of Trustees the opportunity to say, no, you're completely off base. Come back to us again, and with a different design or a different approach. And so, if you're okay with this, obviously we're going to set up an educational roundtable. Those will all sort of be the evangelical sort of groups, members of the group. But at the same time, we owe it to the parents to go out and talk with them. We owe it to the staff. We owe it to the students. We owe it to community members that are engaged in that community, and even the past staff and principals to be engaged. So it is coming. We haven't highlighted it just yet because we're trying to keep it up here and make sure that we're in line with the vision before we move forward.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, and we do not have anyone here in person. I do not see any public comment at this time. Are there comments from trustees? Vice President Chang.
Thank you. I thank you to the staff for bringing this to us. Castro is, I say, from a moral imperative, is our most important issue. It's not the first time we've tried this, though, and so I apologize if my questions seemed sharp when I was asking it earlier, because I was hearing this presentation. I've heard flavors of this presentation before, Dr. Rudolph, and so I'm just even trying to think to myself what feels different. When you look at the plan, some things I just want some feedback to consider is one thing that wasn't presented in the report or presentation is this question of if the demographics of the concentration of poverty is a central issue that needs to be addressed or not. When you look at schools that have such a high concentration of poverty as what Castro has, either they're failing, which is most common the case, or you find demographically similar situations in charter schools, but those aren't public schools. In those charter schools where they have the same demographics as the Castro, they have still kind of called to a selective group of the community, right? So you might have a largely fully Latino population at a charter school like Rocket Ship, which is doing great work, but they're not serving the whole neighborhood. So it's selective. In fact, it's really hard to find a school that has such a high concentration of poverty as we have, as a policy, looped into the attendance boundary for Castro and succeeding. In some cases there are, the right track is community schools. I think if we're gonna put that much poverty in one attendance boundary, it's recognizing that this is not the heroic effort to teachers to save, it's about poverty itself. And we need to look at things like what Harlem Children's Zone, what the primary school is addressing. This is big dollars beyond the school district, really. This is a community effort, perhaps even the city or county. Alternatively, the approach that we haven't looked at is the school districts that are succeeding with Latino student performance don't put high concentrations of poverty in one place if they can. So if you look at Gilroy Unified, and they have had great success with their test scores for English and math, they are not putting, they don't have the percentage of students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged are not the high concentrations that we have done so, right? Some of the board members are asking why I brought some books with me. One of my summer reads this summer was this book, A Fine Line. So Tim DeRoche wrote this book about how School districts drawing boundaries is basically the segregation of our generation. If I just say here that drawing that school boards drawing attendance boundaries around their best schools, indicating who is in and who isn't allowed to enroll. This means that living on one side of a street or another will determine if you leave 8th grade on track for future success or barely able to read. And when I read, that's just a quote from the cover. I forget which chapter that's quoted from. I lived in the Castro community. I'm very aware, and actually we have people here who also live there on Latham. When you walk on Latham, it literally is, you walk a block away from the school and you are in Shoreline West. And that is when the apartments end, you are now zoned for what used to be Bob and now zoned for Landals, right? So if we're looking at a plan to plan, I think it is also asking the politically uncomfortable question if, if we're going, do we want to create a plan that has a chance to succeed by reducing the amount of concentration of poverty we've placed in one school site, by having a diverse community as Mountain View is? Alternatively, if we want to continue this path of having this one school site be peculiar and different from the rest, then community schools is the right approach. I think that's a lot of money that we need to commit to that. I will just say that we have a lot of educators on this board. When you look at the exemplar schools, I visited a few of these exemplar schools, and it's particularly the uncommon schools in New Jersey. I have friends who work there. Visiting is helpful. I mean, it's helpful to see like, wow, this is possible. But even then, when you visit schools like that, you recognize that that's a charter network. There are certain people who aren't in that school. But no matter what education trend comes and goes, consistent, strong leadership always comes out on top. And so I look forward to, as we look at this plan, of getting the insights of Terry Lambert, getting the insights of Dr. Kreitz, getting the insights of our existing principal in presenting to us, because in the end, it really is about leadership. These school sites are nice, but it's about Dr. Rudolph hiring the right people for the place and keeping them inspired to stay there. Thank you.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I like the vision that, I don't know, you were going to put it up, but I think I love the cultivation of nourishing relationships with students and families. I think engaging the community is huge. And maybe this is a community school. It wasn't what I was thinking of as a community school, but you referred to that presentation that Trustee Lambert and I saw at the education conference on the Bakersfield City Schools. And they really did engage their community and they engaged the students. And this was their ELAP thing, but they asked the students, what kinds of after school classes do you want? And the kids wanted crochet of all things. I mean, and I mentioned this to a couple other people and I'm like, yeah, crochet is a thing now. And I'm sure there's a lot of other things that we could provide, but like really asking the students and the families what they want and getting them involved, getting them excited about the school. I think like every kid needs a reason to come to school. And just this sort of vibe on the campus is huge. And the Bakersfield schools also engaged other community organizations. And I think they were excited about the whole process too. They had certain after school things like a week or two summer camps at local museums. And a lot of these organizations did it free or at a discount. They only did it for certain schools, like we're doing it for Castro. And they said it takes a while, obviously, to see things turn around. But I think the vision statement is appropriate. And I think visiting programs, whether I'm sure the ones that you've selected are great. I don't know any of them, but I do think that does help create the excitement. And I really, several people have mentioned involving the families, involving the school community. And I think that's really critical that we don't just do it from on high. Thank you.
Trustee Berman.
I think the roundtable of stakeholders, I think I'm fully supportive of that. The school sites, obviously, as I mentioned, I think it's a great opportunity to see what's possible. And having just the protocol in place, so we're comparing sort of apples to apples and come back with items that are concrete. I'm glad this is, driven by data. I'd also want to see what sort of data we're following for our younger students as well. And I think some of the feedback that I have is just really clearly defining the problem for the community. I know it's defined as, as an equity challenge, but I think sort of so some of those challenges, I think, make it really, really clear, like here are the concrete challenges we're facing that we're hoping to overcome. Sort of, I think, making that part of the identifying the problem will be easier for maybe some community members to sort of process it in those terms. And including parents significantly, like a measurable number of parents to feel like we really heard from a strong, there was strong participation in those conversations, I think would be really helpful. When I think about the vision statement, I think the vision statement's okay. I had a little bit of an issue with the part that says beyond compared to the peers at other sites. I think it could do without that part. I was also looking at our own vision for our district, which is every student, family, staff, and community member is engaged and committed to learning in a collaborative, diverse, and innovative partnership. And that's a great vision. And it's sort of like, okay, well, what is keeping this particular school from sort of fulfilling that vision? And so maybe it starts with the vision of our district, and that is the vision for every school. And maybe what are some of the barriers that keep that one particular site, or what are the needs at that one particular site that keeps it from fulfilling that vision? So maybe there's a way to integrate the district's vision into that as well. And I think it's been said, we have such a committed, some other comments, such a committed community of staff members and teachers and administrators at Castro that want to see, I truly, truly believe that want to see the school succeed. And so this is an exciting opportunity to, I think, invest time and energy and in researching what can really fulfill the promise of this community. I always cringe at the term at risk. And, another term could be, an at promise, sort of the at promise community that exists there. And it's just, getting ideas for what is possible so that we can truly meet the needs of the community. And I think as we do that research, I think sometimes it's easy to sort of think about the reasons why something is not possible, right? But I think really shifting our language to think, how can we make something like this possible, will be incredibly significant for the mindset going into these next upcoming conversations.
All right, so I have some comments to share as well. First of all, I think this would be an incredible PhD thesis for someone out there. And so, if Ms. Vickward wants to shoot around a proposal to some of our local universities and see if someone's interested, it would be wonderful to have a researcher engage with us on this. I don't know if we can swing that, but in your networks, if you can reach out, and if you're in the public and you know someone who might be interested, let's bring someone along. I've always viewed schools as institutional resource brokers, which sounds rather academic, but this idea that schools are a trusted, safe place for families, and it's where they get connected to all kinds of resources within the community. It also connects them to social capital that they might not otherwise have on their own. And so the community schools model is something that I find extremely appealing. We sort of have this bricolage process at Castro where we've been tinkering and tinkering and tinkering, and a problem pops up like a little whack-a-mole and we whack it down. And it's just little one-off things, which we've talked about. So the community schools banner would give us an overarching systematic approach to how we're doing that. And so I'm really excited about that as an idea. And there is promising research behind it. I am having trouble, though, balancing patience for this process with the urgency that I feel for the students who are there now. And I'm worried that we can inadvertently, when we say that we are, taking 3 or 4 years to see outcomes, an unintended consequence of that can be that a lot of resources are pumped into K1, 2, and the older kids get written off because that's not where we're going to see the immediate change. And so I want to make sure we're mindful about that and that we are urgently meeting the needs of all of our children there, including the 5th graders who may be there for this planning year, but might not be there for the year after. So I want to just keep that front of mind. And I also want to, you know, I'd love to see when we finally, you know, have our next update on this, or maybe as the ad hoc committee is formed, a Castro data book. It's wonderful to see all of the graphs, but sometimes tables really help too, in actually laying out the data points rather than, you know, following lines. It's not, I can't visually interpret exactly what a data point is sometimes. So a data reference book would be wonderful. That video that was posted, if we can post the video online as well. So even though you can't see it in the slides, people who want to know about the presentation can go and find it. That would be helpful. And on that note, I think we're done. Thank you so much. Yes.
So two things. We do have the former principals queued up if you want to just hear from them quickly. I know we're about to move on. And then the second thing is we actually need two of you to volunteer to be on the ad hoc committee because we're starting to schedule some school visits. And so we need a couple of people willing to travel up and down the state, Oakland, Southern California, and possibly a couple other places. So just need two people to say yes.
Can I nominate myself?
Do you want to be my travel buddy, Berman? Oh, I mean, you're welcome to do it, Trustee Blakely, if you prefer.
I think it would be useful for people who aren't familiar with the schools to see it.
Okay.
I mean, along with people who have expertise.
So you were nominated, Trustee Blakely. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. As Trustee Chang says, I know people who work at some of these schools, and I'm familiar with some of the models. So go see them.
And just to iterate that support, I mean, President Connolly worked in a turnaround environment. You've seen it directly. I think it'd be really useful for Trustee Blakely for you, like, as we're all trying to like get, you know, the fire under us to see it. If you haven't seen these schools, you've worked at some of them. You did that work. I think the two of you would be a really good team if you would both volunteer about that.
I'm very interested, but I don't want to steal somebody's slot.
I think the two Lauras are going.
Yeah, I think so. We're sending a Laura delegation.
Okay, and then I want to respect the request. So Principal Lambert, Dr. Crates, I know we're moving off of this item, but if you want to say something in regards to this, please feel free to chime in. We're going to include you in the process. I know Principal Lambert has already been interviewed, but we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to because it was requested.
Well, good evening. I was making sure I was off mute. As Dr. Rudolph said, Director Pullman did talk with me quite a bit with the qualitative data that she gathered. And also, I really think that the plan to study other schools, similar schools, is a strong one. We had pre-COVID, we had done that as well in the visits to Chula Vista and also Sanger, and that we implemented many of those strategies that we learned there. And the board had dedicated a lot of resources to Castro as well pre-COVID, and those were yielding good results. And I think that process of studying again, especially now with the effects of COVID, what are other schools doing to cope with those effects and what are they having success with, I think is really important in addition to already research-based practices that are well established.
Okay, hello, and thank you for asking for my input. I joined Castro in the 2008-2009 school year when it was Castro and Mistral. And I am so, I don't know what the word is, excited, affirmed to really see a district-wide organized approach to addressing the needs of the Castro community. Back in 2008, several moms and I did or tried to do what Megan did. And that is find schools that we could go to see that worked. And it is more than an individual job. You know, it really takes a district-wide effort. So that is really heartening for me as a step to support the school. I think that what impressed me the most was that a kind of what I'm going to call a layered approach. And someone way back in my educational career said to me, you can do anything you want, but you can't do everything you want. And so I think this process is going to force everyone to figure out what that thing is that you want to start with, or the number of things, and then layer on other components. Because for sure, we know over the years, there is no silver bullet. If there were, whoever developed that program would be a gazillionaire. So there is no silver bullet, and every plan has to meet the needs of the school community. But I think with the breadth of knowledge and experience of the team working on this, and the insights tonight alone really list out how complex the program, how complex change is going to be. But I think the system is in place. It's a system approach. And the other side that was mentioned tonight, there's also the human element. It's almost one family at a time, or one small cohort at a time. So a layer and those relationships are so important as well. So I'm really excited for the Castro community to now be involved in this, because it's so important. If you ask the parents what they want their children to be successful in school. And that's a common belief and desire, goal that we all have.
And I just want to point out, Principal Lambert, thanks for reminding me, our RTI program was actually based off of the work that actually occurred at Castro. And was really, I forgot that we went to Sanger and as a group, Principal Lambert, and that was also part of your initiative, right? And so I think oftentimes we think that innovation occurs at some of our highest performing schools. And when in reality, one of our biggest programs that we spend a lot of money on in the district started right here at Castro Elementary, and then was replicated in a different fashion at all of our school sites. And so I think that possibility exists again. And I think it's just a requirement of us all to put a concerted effort in.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Kreitz and Principal Lambert, for joining us this evening. Trustees, we might need a motion to extend the meeting.
I was just going to move that we extend the meeting till 10:30. Is that enough time?
Yeah, I second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, we will move on to item 12B, the equity scorecard. We will hear from Dr. Rudolph and Director of Equity Pullman.
All right, long time no see. Thank you very much for introducing that. Let me just go ahead and switch presentations here. Perfect. All righty. So today's goals and objectives for this pilot scorecard presentation is, again, to just revisit the purpose. It's been a little while since we've talked about the scorecard and about the overarching goals. Of course, explore the district equity scorecard, which I'm calling a pilot because it's the very first one, by using the data it represents and taking you through the universal data cycle to show you how we've used the universal data cycle protocol actually with the scorecard data and kind of what that's yielded. To reflect on some key findings, of course, and then align the scorecard to some other district measurement tools that the district is using and outline kind of next steps for how we're going to use this. I did add 2 slides to this, so I will call that out as soon as the slides are available, and of course, send the updated presentation. I just wanted to add some further clarification. Of course, we've already read this tonight, so I'm going to skip over this. But of course, this is the jointly constructed equity statement, or equity definition rather, that our district equity committee fashioned. And you'll see kind of all that work infused throughout the scorecard today. And here's again the equity statement. Just to reiterate the purpose of the scorecard, it was really a way to build accountability for goals related to equity, and it's a progress and monitoring tool. There's a ton of data thrown at teachers. We're a data-driven organization, so the way we talk about and the way we look at data is really critical to changing the behaviors of teachers and administrators in schools and in classrooms. The framework itself is really the scorecard plus how we use it. So what problem are we trying to solve? Well, there's, like I said, there's a ton of data out there in all aspects of schooling, and the data that we choose and disaggregate, so the way we slice it up, affects what we do with it. How we can center equity in our data conversations and why do we want to are really the essential questions that drive our work. This is one of the additional slides that I added for further clarification. So what I wanted to really talk about was answering the question of what problem are we trying to solve? And the problem that we're trying to solve really is addressing inequitable outcomes in all 4 equity pillars. And then I'll talk about why it's important. So based on the data compiled in the scorecard, the problem that needs solving is those inequitable outcomes, are also known as equity gaps. Those gaps occur across racial, socioeconomic, and language status lines, which are all highlighted in the scorecard. Why it's important, of course, is because gaps in opportunities for racialized or minoritized groups, so those equity gaps, can lead to sustained gaps in student performance, which we also know disproportionately harms these students. So students in racialized groups, students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and even language learners. And that disproportionate harm just keeps reproducing barriers for those students, even as they matriculate out of our schools. So it really is the calling of the school district, the calling of a lifetime, really, to engage in work that establishes educational equity for all kids. This is the other additional slide that I added. So what can the scorecard even hope to do in terms of addressing the problem? Well, the scorecard process, because of course it's not just a static document, there's also what we do with it. The scorecard process can do a couple things. One, widen the scope of our data conversations. So what we're establishing what equity is for our district. And it might not be intuitive, right, that chronic absenteeism has anything to do with equity, but it is, right, because it's about access. So we're widening the scope of what we see as an equity metric. We're adding those into our data conversation. So we're not just looking at academic performance, we're also looking at feelings of safety and belonging. Also helps surface drivers of equitable outcomes. So what's working or what's not working. The reason the scorecard's able to highlight that is because it marks changes in the metrics over time. So we're not just looking at a stagnant picture. Okay, so included in the board materials is the first, really, the pilot scorecard. Here's what it looks like. You have the actual scorecard, obviously, in the materials, as does the public. I'm not going to go through all of the numbers. That would not be a good use of our time together tonight. Instead, I'm really just going to talk about what's on the scorecard, and then I'm going to talk about the key findings that came about after reading the data. Here's the academic readiness scorecard. The academic readiness pillar includes information about academic growth, proficiency, and also literacy, which is captured using a snapshot of 3rd grade iReady proficiency data in reading. All of these are further explained. So for the public who are watching, for anybody who's not clear, the growth, proficiency, all of the metrics actually are measures that are used on the scorecard are explained at the back of the scorecard. There's kind of a cheat sheet on there, and it even gives you some sense and stems about how you would use the percentages in the scorecard in a sentence to make sure that we understand kind of what we're saying when we look at these percentages and metrics. Here's the access pillar. So it's the 2nd equity pillar, and it's got the risk ratio for SPED classification. Again, it's not a simple metric. It's not one that many people are familiar with. So again, I would say refer to the back of the scorecard where it explains how that particular risk ratio is calculated and how we could use it in our own conversations. Looking at the suspension rate, math pathway, and chronic absenteeism. So all that information is there. and looking at school year 21-22 and 22-23. The overall findings look at the district and the subgroups all together. The subgroup gap data for race, ethnicity, SES, and EL status, that's right, just isolating students according to those terms. But that overall findings is a snapshot of the entire district, looking how did our performance or how did the data go up or down in that area over the past couple of years. The third pillar is representation. So here's the information about teacher diversity. It's identified, or it's shown here as a ratio. So the percentage of students enrolled in the subgroup, and then on the other side, of course, of that colon is the percentage of teachers in the same subgroup. So it allows us to look at kind of which students in our district have access to teachers of the same racial or ethnic subgroup. Community voice is all about kind of parent participation in surveys. We know that if we're using data and information collected from parents about, their needs, desires, and their perceptions, it's important that we know, right, whose voices those are, and we want to make sure that we're including all of parent voices into the decisions that we make. And finally, the last pillar is wellness. So feelings of safety and feelings of belonging from students. Of course, students who take the LCAP, which is 4th through 8th grade, and specific questions were teased out from the LCAP survey in order to provide this data. So this was a lot of data to go through. And so I wanted to use a systematic process to go through that data and also to model how the process that we have in place already that we use with sites and teachers and site administrators can be really robust and can help us kind of break down some of those conversations. So I did use this UDC form, which is also included in the board documents. Of course, it aligns with our current practice. It highlights the amazing work that teachers are already doing in terms of data analysis. It models the depth and breadth of those procedures, and it's systematic and comprehensive. So it was a really great way to dive into that and not get kind of analysis paralysis when looking at all of those numbers. So I just want to highlight that for the universal data cycle, the part 1 was reflect. And so the forum questions were really all about, did all students achieve what was expected in the stated goals? If yes, what strategies led to this? If not, who did not achieve the expectations? How has that data changed during the cycle? So again, all teachers engage in these questions during their data cycle, and they use the same kinds of questions, although slightly modified because this was a district-wide equity scorecard assessment to guide the key findings. And then was the frequency of the data adequate to inform the changes? So again, on that universal data cycle that's attached here, you'll find all of the narrative that goes along with that. So again, this is a part of the form. And then we get to the analyze section. So what does the data say about my whole class is what's written on the form, but of course this is about the whole district. So it's asking you, like, for that 30,000 foot view, how does this year's data compare to last year's data at the same time? Patterns or trends that emerge. So it's asking us to start thinking of bright spots and areas of improvement. Because the scorecard is divided into 4 pillars, I likewise divided the analysis and the narrative into those 4 pillars so that we could look at them separately and together, of course, at the end. And then what do you notice when you look at student group data? It really ushers you into an analysis where you're disaggregating the data by subgroup, right? And you're reflecting on the differences that you see by subgroup. So some of the key findings that came out of that systematic data analysis process, ultimately with the academic readiness pillar, nothing that is on the scorecard that's presented here is really new information. This was, of course, data taken from the 22-23 school year, and we've been fortunate enough to have a really robust data presentations from our academic services department already on this year's data. So there's really nothing major or new or surprising. We've seen declines consistent with all of the other district presentations. Growth declines in both ELA and math do not exceed 2%, however. So we've seen a lot less decline in our growth metrics than we have in our proficiency metrics, which is a good sign of stemming any of the damage and the growth to come. In the early literacy indicator, our RFEP students were scoring above their English only peers, which is a good indication of the health of our English language development programs. It does reveal the opportunity to set and affirm some site-based goals on the literacy equity metric, because this is one of the first times that we've looked at an early literacy metric, and asking our principal site leaders to kind of gauge their progress on that particular metric. So I'm excited about the prospect of doing that in the future. For our access pillar, it does show growth and attainment across almost all access areas. This was kind of exciting to see. When we think about leading and lagging indicators, we know that student achievement is kind of a lagging indicator, right? It takes a long time for that organic growth to happen and for us to see results in student achievement. But when we give students access to high quality educational experiences, we know what's going to happen after that. And that is increased student achievement. It's good news that we see a lot of growth in our access pillar, because it does show that we're increasing access. And I think that we're going to be reaping the results and seeing the dividends in the years to come. The number of EL students enrolled in our accelerated math pathways, however, does remain at 0%. So there was some interesting data to be teased out from this. And then participation for the English language learners in the 0.1 pathway decreased from last year to this year. It does show large gaps in math pathway participation. So while we did see promising results in terms of chronic absenteeism, even suspension disparities, and also SPED risk ratio, there's definitely some large gaps that we need to tackle in math pathway participation. It does reveal another opportunity to set and affirm goals for all sites regarding math pathway data, because it's just not something that we've necessarily, put in as a metric that we've looked at in this way before. Some of the key findings for representation: increased parent participation on LCAP surveys, especially for some of our vulnerable populations, such as our SED parents. Of course, it does reveal and affirm our ability to set goals for the district and sites related to representation matrix. The representation metrics. And finally, in our wellness category, the overall feelings of safety reported by students in grades 4 through 8 decreased fairly significantly. And overall, the feelings of belonging also decreased from 62% to 49%. It does reveal the opportunity to better understand measuring and belonging with student-centered site-based surveys as a possibility for the future, or even activities to engage students in conversations and dive deeper into what those things mean. So instead of one question on an LCAP, getting at and teasing out what those feelings of safety are really about, and then belonging, of course, because it's concerning to anyone when it does decline. Hopefully, ultimately, the conversations that we have around equity scorecard metrics, right, engage us in action. And so the ACT part of the UDC form actually guides us through these 4 PLC questions. So after the analysis part, it asks people who are engaged in the form to think about, well, how will we know if student outcomes are increasing in this area? So sometimes that has us set goals, right? Sometimes that has us create visions for, how we know student outcomes are increasing. And then how will we know, what's working and what's not? The second question is what is needed to increase student outcomes in all of the 4 equity pillar areas? What will we do if student outcomes are not improving? Who will do this to get really concrete and specific? And what will we do if student outcomes do improve? And who will do this? So again, getting really concrete about what we do in any given situation. Oh, sorry. And so here, I tried to answer those questions kind of one by one. So how will we know? Well, the equity scorecard really was created so that we can monitor it. That's really the whole point of the equity scorecard. Once per year, using data cycle process at the district and at site levels during the leadership team meeting. So what you're seeing here is the district level scorecard, but what I'll be addressing in a little bit is how those site scorecards can be used as well. And then we always want to increase accuracy and consistency of data reporting mechanisms. So depending on whether it's taken from DataQuest, CalPads, PowerSchool, right, all of these other sources, we want to keep increasing our accuracy and consistency in how we use data. And this is actually already, this process of developing the scorecard has illuminated some ways that we can really tighten up certain processes about how we're using data, reporting data, and even pulling data from some of those sites. And it's another chance to align the scorecard metrics to work that we're already doing with CSACE, differentiated assistance, and ATSI. So there's lots of ways that we can kind of move back from recreating the wheel, right? And use the information that's collected and displayed on this scorecard for lots of different projects. So that second question, what is needed in order to increase equitable outcomes in all 4 equity pillar areas? Really, for the district, it's continued interdepartmental collaboration. And I mean, for the district from a 30,000-foot view, because that will decrease redundancies and initiatives, right, and improve efficiency. This second question, if you used a site scorecard, would be very different. But again, I'm using just the overall district data to talk about it from a 30,000-foot view. And then the alignment, of course, between the scorecard and the metrics and future LCAPs, right, in the next cycle. So that's something that we can do to even tighten up that even further, and even potentially in the next strategic plan, if we have goals related to equity and equitable outcomes. This is a tool that we can use to both center our conversations and monitor our goals in these areas. The continued push with district-wide literacy emphasis and the long-term progress monitoring with the equity scorecard will be really helpful in terms of those being synergistic. So our continued push for literacy, now we have an early literacy metric on the scorecard that's going to be really instrumental as we're measuring our progress. And then, of course, the math pathways analysis and paradigm shift that's coming, of course, with the release of the new California math framework. This is going to be coming into a lot of future conversations. So it's an opportunity to, again, center our focus on some of these things and monitor the progress over time. But if it doesn't work, right? The beauty of the scorecard is that we get to monitor it over time, and the district-wide data cycles, right? So we're actually all following, including, administrators at the district level are all following that district data cycles so that we stop and pause and collect data and look at data from an equity lens in order to reflect on our practice. That process in and of itself is going to allow for more timely formative feedback. And it's a process that was really built on this new MTSS rollout that we've been doing. So I'm really excited that with the equity scorecard and the MTSS process of stopping and reflecting on data, that it's going to continue to improve our practice. As I mentioned before, the academic performance scores are more of a lagging indicator. Systemic change takes years to yield sustained outcomes. So during these first few years, sustained effort and fidelity is key. The small shifts and tweaks is welcomed and possible after each data cycle and equity scorecard. But this is also really beginning with the end in mind, and that is systemic change over time. And then what if it does work? Well, let's replicate and broaden the efforts that produce favorable outcomes. So when we see jumps or spikes in improved outcomes, we still want to stop and ask ourselves why, so that we can replicate those efforts in other spaces and keep it going. This will help us monitor shifts in the equity scorecard data to continue to center equity in our conversations around student data. So it's not just about overall student performance. It's about, which students have barriers to success, right? And which don't, and how does that affect the way we do things? We can continue to revise and refine the scorecard protocol and the measures themselves to maximize the usefulness. So we can always add or take away metrics based on the demonstrated need at the time. I want to highlight some possible alignment scenarios, as I mentioned before. So we can align certain, equity metrics with SIPSA development and set goals. If we haven't looked at data a certain way before, and we are now because of the equity scorecard, right, that might change the way that we ask, site administrators to select goals and develop a progress monitoring protocols with their SIPSA. That's always possible. We can align certain metrics if we feel like it's helpful with future LCAPs and progress monitoring, or even strategic planning in the future with items related to equitable outcomes. So I want to highlight the next steps. So you saw the district-wide scorecard and data protocol that was used to analyze it. But the site-based scorecards are going to be really, really, really rich when we dive into those with principals. So the next step would really be to roll out the site-based scorecard and do the analysis with the site leaders in winter, so in the next few months of 2024. So training with site leaders on how to read and interpret the equity scorecard for their site, and then a guided walkthrough, just how I modeled for you this evening, about using the UDC and the equity scorecard during our leadership team meetings. A co-creation of norms and expectations around using scorecard data and sharing it with the community when appropriate. All of those things need to be developed and co-created in a space where we can really center our conversations around equity. And then, of course, I'll be bringing back to you as well the scorecard for 23-24. So it's an annual thing that'll come up each year. So we'll continue to add to our data repository. And it'll either be released in the summer or fall of 2024 based on when certain testing data is released. So there's an opportunity for it to inform the SIPSA development for the next school year. And the progress reported as an update to the Board of Trustees will be in the fall of 2024. So again, I know that was a lot of information. I really appreciate your attention this evening. A couple questions I had for you to get some feedback. There wasn't a whole lot of data visualization on the scorecard. You notice it's just basically numbers and percents. And so I wanted to ask kind of how you felt about that. Are there any additional data visualization needs you feel like are super important for the scorecard to have? We kind of stripped away all the arrows and the graphs and the colors, noting that they could be more confusing or misleading at worst. And so what you have is just raw data. My other question, of course, is based on the district pilot. Are there any additional considerations we should make as we take, as I take site administrators through looking at the site-based scorecards and using the data protocol with those to kind of glean some next steps for them? So what other considerations, what am I missing in terms of taking our site leaders through this process as well? And that's the end of my presentation. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. And thank you for your feedback.
Thank you, Director Pullman. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
I have so many questions, and some of them I apologize up front. I probably should have asked in the questions, but I had read this quickly the other day and was going to spend some time with it this afternoon and really dig in. And I printed this thing up. I cannot read the scorecard. And I'm wondering, even when I make it really big and then I only have half the screen. So I looked at the overall findings, but I'm wondering if you could email that to us in some kind of a format or scorecard. And then you said on the back of the card, it had like a cheat sheet or instructions. That would just be helpful for me to understand it a little bit better, given the tiny, tiny print of the.
Of course.
So that, and I'm not sure if others had the same challenge. I don't have an enormous screen, but thank you. And then I had a bunch of definitional things. You talked about surface drivers. I'm not sure I understand what a surface driver is.
Oh, that term is basically talking about what this can detect is when things change in any given metric, we can stop and reflect, and we can say, well, what were those things that we can see on the surface that we changed about what we were doing? And then so we can kind of capitalize on the success of that and keep it going.
Okay. And then the others were all acronyms. CSACE, you said, and then ATSI and DA.
Yes, different. These are all things that the county or state engages us with. So differentiated assistance is something that, based on our chronic absenteeism rate, we're working with the county in order to address that. CSACE is the significant disproportionality. When we're recognized as having significant disproportionality, we have to file a CSACE plan with the state. And ATSI is similar to differentiated assistance in that it's like a county-based program that takes us through when they see different indicators like academic performance waning. It takes us through. And so I think as a board, you've seen ATSI plans, you've seen the CSACE plans, and have had board reports on differentiated assistance as well. The synergy that's possible there is that a lot of times we're talking about the same students or we're using the same data. And because the equity scorecard kind of has it all in one place, albeit tiny and hard to read, there's some possibility there of kind of having it all in one place, using the equity scorecard in some of those planning meetings so that it's all right there.
I do think this brings up a good point that we can work to get rid of some of the educational acronyms or create a legend and to pull the educational lease. And sometimes I think we forget about that because we're so used to these things being tossed at us and not thinking that this is a forward-facing thing. So these are very good points, and we can work on that.
Thank you. I mean, I have heard those concepts. I just didn't recognize the acronyms. So thank you. Those were very helpful replies.
Trustee Lambert?
Yes, thank you. So I understand that this equity scorecard will help you monitor progress toward achieving your certain equity goals. Based on what you're doing, and how will this equity scorecard be used to help then sort of direct you what you should be doing to achieve your goals? Does that make sense?
I think so. And obviously monitoring like the growth or decline goes right in tandem with us constantly reflecting on what it is that we're doing and capitalizing on the things that are working or stopping the things that aren't. We're a really data-driven organization. So when we implement any new initiative, any new curriculum, any new process, right? We're always coming at it with, like data that's proving that it was successful in another context. So we don't implement anything lightly, but this gives us a chance to look at, disaggregated subgroups in these specific measures and for fluctuations when things go up or down, so that we can not only ask, is it working for all students, but is it working for, and then, insert your subgroup.
So can I have a follow-up question with that too? It goes back to our previous conversation about being patient with certain programs and not making decisions too quickly, but letting them play out over multiple years. Is this the same with the equity scorecard and how you'll be using it? In other words, it's not just a 1 year or 2 year or sort of explain that to me, how this fits.
Absolutely. Well, you bring up a great point, because the equity scorecard only has 2 consecutive years on it. And that was initially done because much more data you could see would get really, really overwhelming. That doesn't mean, however, that we can't add a 3rd year or some sort of norming figure, right? Where there's some sort of average that we're comparing it to. So there's certain tweaks that we can make in terms of how much data that we're utilizing. But yes, the idea is that it's really important not to ever just, make drastic decisions based on one year's snapshot or one test snapshot when you're getting down to the really granular level, but changes over time. Not only is it if it's going up or down, but if the gaps between groups is getting bigger or getting smaller. So the idea is that, yes, change over time, because we know organic growth happens slowly, is critical to look at. Hopefully I answered your question.
Thank you. Yeah.
Trustee Berman?
I just have one quick question. So you mentioned sort of when to maybe introduce this scorecard to the public or to the board. Do you have a sense of where the scorecard would live right now, just knowing sort of the kind of data that lives there, do you see it being something that can be accessible on our website? Is it more of an internal tool when we have data conversations? What are you thinking at the moment?
I think this provides site principals as well as parents and community members, SIPs, a place instead of having all these different documents to have informed conversations, that they have it right in front of them. So the idea here is that, we have a way to have a common conversation, and that they have a way to similarly have a conversation, and that it's easy and accessible to all stakeholders, not just a specific group of individuals. And then obviously, every year our principals are pulling a lot of data and they're putting it in front of people, and then they're making all these wonderful presentations. And parents like, similar to what the board does, like, can you go back to slide 28 or something like that? And instead you have it right in front of you, like, oh, I can see what has transpired from year to year. So as the site, the SIPs is being developed, you're not necessarily looking at a presentation. You have sort of a document right in front of you that talks about this, and you can make some informed decisions a little bit quicker, or you can dive in a little bit deeper and say, I really would like to know a little bit more about this now that I can see it accessible in an easy to digest way.
And to be honest, I'm thinking, the first year is really overwhelming to look at all of this and to understand the terminology and how things are measured and all of that. I'm even thinking about, like, in 10 years time, how wonderful it will be to have that, already be familiar with what the scorecard looks like, and to have that kind of cognitive load of getting to know something for the first time reduced, and then just being able to really use it over time to kind of chart our progress in certain areas.
Just to follow up on Trustee Berman's question, so would it live on the district website?
Yes, the district one, sorry. Yes, the district one will live on the district website, then we can put it on the school website, and then it could be used in various formats.
I'd say the only tricky part about the site scorecards that we would have to think about is the feasibility of the data in terms of really small subgroups. So with the district report, it's no problem because all of the subgroups are large enough to ensure privacy in terms of student data. But when we slice and dice things in such a finite way with a site scorecard, sometimes we get numbers of students that are less than 10, and in which case we have to be very careful about displaying data with groups of students less than 10 for privacy reasons. But with the district scorecard, it's no problem because all of the groups are large enough.
So I think the physical challenge of trying to read the scorecard right now is a bit of a metaphor for how our staff are going to encounter just trying to grapple with the meatiness of this. When I look at our strategic plan dashboard, we just go multiple page to page, so it kind of flows over. Or you could go in like a legal format, or you could go in the form of a booklet where it actually flows across 2 pages when you open it up, or it could be 2 landscape pages when you open it up. So I don't know if it's possible to play around. I can see that the details here were agonized over to begin with, and I want to appreciate that. Because there is great information in here and a lot of thoughtfulness into how it's presented. But then there's just kind of like one more step of making it a little bit more legible for people. I had a question. So when you talk about the gaps, you list, for example, I'm looking at academic readiness, Asian 68%, Hispanic Latino 54%, white 67% under academic growth reading, but not the actual gap. Like, what is the gap between Hispanic and Latino students and Asian students? And I'm wondering if that can be included somehow too, because it's shocking when you realize that in some areas there's a 35% gap and in some areas there's a 70% gap, right? So if we're talking about gaps, let's actually show the gaps.
That's actually, and we played with this probably a lot, and we've tried various iterations of how to present this information, and we've in cabinet, and Megan and I have bounced back, and we've done everything from arrows to circles to, I think at one point, the circles got bigger and bigger and smaller. And that's actually one of the reasons why we brought it to you, to try to get an understanding of what you would like to see and how you would like it sort of visualized. So we had something similar like that. We just weren't sure what the appropriate format for it to be visualized, so that it wasn't, I mean, the circles grew so much that it was.
Yeah, I don't actually mean circles or dots. I mean like actually putting the data there.
Right. I mean, that's part of the question, right? Is
Yeah.
we're trying to balance between so much number and so much data and the visualization of it, and we
Yeah.
can put a gap, but we weren't necessarily sure. And that's why we just paused and stopped and was like, let's bring it to the board to see.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think the data table is kind of the first step, and that's what you have here, and it's really great. I'm asking to add the gap data to it. And then I think for visualizations, that will be really useful to help people kind of digest the information, especially parents. But I think something, just a pet peeve of mine in terms of displaying informational data, is when you take something that is like a one-dimensional thing and you shift it to 2 dimensions, or 2 dimensions and you shift it to 3. So like the circles just kill me, because you're exploding on the X and Y axis when it's really just one or the other. So pie charts are lovely, bar charts are, there's other wonderful things.
Okay, we can, so we got a couple of things, feedbacks. We'll look at how we can make it one document and maybe a folder or something. And then we'll also, if the board is comfortable with adding gaps in certain areas, we can add the gaps. I see some nodding there. Okay.
So, I mean, it could be, it's multiple pages of a booklet or something. That's,
Correct.
yeah. And then my other question was around how this gets used, because in my heart of hearts, what I'd love to see, I think everything connects back to the school site plans. And so how is this used to inform the school site plans? And is it possible to also have this conversation, not this year because we're rolling it out and we're kind of building the plane as we fly it, but in the future, positioning it before we get to parent-teacher conferences, because it would really inform how teachers are approaching families and trying to support students at that time. And I always see the parent-teacher conference as like, it's this pivotal moment where if you can really, if you really know where your kids are and you can share with their parents their areas of growth and how parents can support them, it has a profound impact in just that one moment on the whole year.
I think our target is to try and have the first iteration of it to be actually closer to the start of the year. So that if once we get the CAS update, we're able to update it right then, and then you have the first iteration of it so that sites can use it for their SIPSA, and which would be in time for that. So that, and then with a possible secondary update with growth data a little bit later, just, although it's not the final one, it reflects that.
A check in on how things are going. If there are no further questions from trustees, we'll go to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We do not have anyone here physically. All right, I do not see any further public comment at this time. Yes, Vice President Ching.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Director Pullman. To respond to the questions on your last slide, one feedback about a way for parents and the board to help process information on the chart. For any of the grids, if there is a disproportionality or a gap between whatever is presented in that one square, if there was color coding of that, that could be really useful. So like, for example, if it's the grid on, Asians, Hispanics, and white performance, or whatever is being asked in that square, if there's a big delta between them, and if that's like red, orange, green, I think that could really help us kind of like find the heat map, hotspot that. Another thing is that when we do recognize that if we are doing these reports on a school site level, and we are seeing inequity pop up at certain places, I hope the follow-up policy discussion for us as a board is how do we give resources to those schools? So if we create a equity report card and then some schools are struggling, then our next step for us just is figure out, well, it's not to shame the school or for parents to flee the school. It's for us we're going to get the resources and dollars to that school. So I think if we're going to recreate a report card, that next question is really important, especially if it's an equity report card. Three data points that might be useful to consider tracking and reporting. One is gender. There are certain questions I think that both parents and educators would be interested in knowing, whether it be questions about safety and belonging. I think that'd be a fascinating question on the issue of gender, math pathway, any of these questions. That may be one demographic for the staff to consider. Another one is tracking some of these students who are receiving special education services, whether it be absentee or suspension rates. There are some categories where that too, because on a lot of these, we're just tracking race. And while race is a useful identifier, so is gender, and in some cases, so is special education status. And the last one is just that what might be useful for educators at the site level might not be needed to be reported to the board is that there's an equity report card. Having an equity report card at a grade level, granular scale, can be really powerful for teachers at a school site. So to be able to see that, like, oh, we're having issues with our third grade or fourth grade, allows a team allows a principal to be able to identify within a school, because when you're a K to 5 or when you're a K to, when you have so as many grades, the data gets lost. Thanks.
Trustee Berman.
I imagine that the staff, when they start using this tool, will have a lot of feedback in terms of what makes it easier to use and easier to read. So I'm sure it'll go through some different iterations once it actually gets used. Some at the site level, and I also was thinking about gender as well for some of these issues. I was also thinking at the site level for looking at, if it's possible, the cohort to cohort. So if I'm a fourth grade teacher, I mean, one way that I like to compare my data is how were my students doing last year, but how did these actual students do last year? Because while the comparison may be, maybe I won't see big shifts from where my fourth graders were last year to where my fourth graders are now. I may see something completely different if I look, how did these particular students perform in third grade and what am I seeing now? So that cohort to cohort data might be really helpful. And every now and then the glossary of terms comes up, like all of these acronyms. So I don't know if thinking about AI really excites me because I think of how much manual work went into when I would do data analysis as a teacher, as a principal, like literally going question by question, kid by kid, and handwriting things in. Like the idea of what's coming is really exciting, right? I imagine, some way that those terms can get access so that, everyone I'm sure there's lots of new teachers too that go into a school, and there's so much that they have to pick up. So a way that we can, and even for the public as well, I've heard public sort of give feedback that when they read things on our website, there's all these acronyms and they don't understand what it is. So if we can figure out how to solve that, that would be great. And while, I think I understand looking at 2 years, yeah, you don't want to inundate the document with all sorts of data, but if at some point it would be nice to have there be an ability to go back a third or fourth year later on. I don't know how that happens because I don't want to put too much data in there, but I'm imagining if this was sort of something that lives digitally on, if it's on a computer, that there's a way to look at it, even if what you see initially is just a bite-sized piece. It would be it's sort of a nice to have. But I'm so excited about having all of this information. Sometimes I feel like when I'm curious about our data, I go back like site plan to site plan and go back and read and look and find. And I'm sure a lot of other people do the same thing. So the idea that it lives in sort of, this one tool that I can just sort of pick up and look at and click on is just really, really amazing.
For me, this harkens back to the master spreadsheet of school site plan data that, trustees kind of tried to generate on their own for years and years. I am thrilled to see the equity scorecard. I know that there's going to be iterations on it and there's work to do, but this is just such a strong start. And it's the questions we need to be asking. I will add a third person to my colleagues on looking at gender and special ed as well, because I think that it might not be for everything, but when we look at math, when we look at suspensions, when we look at, some of these different indicators, I think we'll see some interesting information. If there are no other comments from trustees on this, Trustee Blakely.
Just going to say you guys all came up with some really good things. So, and yeah, thank you.
Okay, sorry, I thought you had spoken. I'm sorry. Thank you, Director Pullman. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We'll move on to item 13, board updates. We all went to AEC, the Annual Education Conference, last week. I'm thinking maybe in January we can put an agenda item in, which we've done in the past, to kind of report back out on some of the things. If there was something that you learned at AEC that you want to share with the board, that's a good time to do it. That's something we've done in the past.
I also just wanted to say kudos to the Graham choir and the Crittenden. They had choir and instrumental for their performances at the tree lighting ceremony the other evening.
Wonderful. Any other updates at this time? Okay. Oh yes, Trustee Vice President Chang.
This might come just on a future meeting date. I recognize we won't see each other until after the holiday. Just wish everybody a good holiday. And I just thought today's the first day of Hanukkah. So for those who celebrate that, Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah. All right, item 14, our future board meeting dates will be January 11th, January 25th, February 8th, and February 29th. And with that, at 10:27 p.m., we will adjourn this meeting. Oh, is there public comment on future agenda items or board updates? I'm just gonna check. We've got time. I don't see any public comment at this time. All right, at 10:27 p.m., this meeting of Mountain View School Board is adjourned.